Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball, where these boys can jam, Gavin. It's the U.S. Army Blues, ladies and gentlemen. That is a service military band, and because it is a performance by a band in service of the military, and the military exists, despite recent evidence, in service to the American people, it is the property of the American people, aka public domain. Thank you very much. That will not stop CD Baby or somebody else from sending me a fucking, copyright claim on the video, but, those are the facts of the matter. Public domain, fucker. Actually does raise an interesting legal issue, a question, for me at least, which is that if the U.S. Army Band performs a copywritten piece of music, is their performance of that piece of copywritten music in the public domain? And I don't know, because you could argue from both sides, couldn't you? You could say, well, it's the band is in service of the American people, and so the band should have paid for the rights to do that, and if they did, then and then it's in the public domain. But is it, though? Because I could frame an argument on either side of that, and I don't necessarily know what the answer is to it. Interesting to think about. Cold Front 27, what's your thoughts on TikTok? I've heard of it in passing. It's kind of app you put on your phone for telling the time. I've actually got one. It came installed on my phone. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program Day, everybody. To the last day of Kerbal Space Program, in our hard mode KSP career subscriber challenge, which is the sub goal we had, and this is going to be the last goddamn day, probably, maybe. It really, really should be. All we need to do is go land on DUNA. That's all we need to do, and then we out. Then I'm out. Fuck it, I'm out. Fuck this game, I'm out. Except for that, I do really enjoy playing Kerbal Space Program, and we will probably continue playing it. But in terms of this challenge, I'll be technically out. Now, I will tell you, on the heels of the last Kerbal live stream, which ended with me taking Kerbal Space Program, literally ripping it out of my hard drive in a physical sense, going to just ripped the chunk of the platter off, just broke it off, figured out which sectors it was on, broke it off, and then I traveled to the homes of the individuals who developed KSP, and I stabbed them each with it, just a little bit, not like killed them or anything, just like, ah, and they were like, ow, what was that? And, I'm bleeding, that kind of a thing. And then I left. After the last live stream ending with me being very angry at Kerbal Space Program, what I have done in our hard mode persistent file, which is the file in which the game is basically everything about it is saved, the game state, I went in and I changed the comms setting that comes along with hard mode, apparently, that reduces the effectiveness of all of your communications equipment by 35% down to 65% of its usual value, because that makes sense and makes the game more challenging. I put that up to 100. I put it back to 1.0. From 0.65, it's a hard 1, is what it is, which enables communication out at DUNA in a place that makes sense with how the equipment unlocks. Yeah, so that's where we are. And the thing is, on that last live stream, where I was so frustrated, we sent a probe out that had just spammed and friggin' antennas, and it couldn't communicate at DUNA?
If you were going to DUNA to end the career, go big, make it an event to remember.
Well, maybe we will. Welcome, Dermacian, and thank you for the cheer. Hello, Direct the Boss, and Grits and Gravy TX. DUNA, let the yelling and cursing commence. Maybe I've gotten it out of my system. We'll see. But because I have turned the settings back up to where they should be, even though we have let that satellite, you know, get kind of out of orbit because I continued playing the game for a couple of minutes afterwards before I, you know, broke it off, went and stabbed people with it. We still have just enough communication to do a burn on that probe that we sent to DUNA, so we're going to do that. We're going to try to circularize DUNA from well past the periaps at DUNA, and see what can be done. We could even F9 to a slightly better position, but we'll see. This is it. Hardcore Deus Ex. Ooh. Before we get into it, though, who wants to see my normalish? Huh? Remind me, after the, first live stream break, I'll show you my normal. I'll show you my normal gameplay. I've made a lot of really cool craft, I think, in that one, you know, because I wasn't on the live stream, so I just focused and built and treated it like a real art project, and I'd like to show you some of my normalish gameplay. But, yes, our mission currently, and we need to do this quick because we are almost out of comms range, is to get out to the probe. That's not it. That's gonna be it. That is currently leaving DUNA's SOI. Oh, but it wants to. That's DUNA, that's us. And because I've changed the persistent file, we now have comms, should be able to circularize with it. So we have 3% signal strength, more than enough to get the job... more than enough to get the job done. Were I to add a maneuver there, and then, oh, this is bad. This is a bad, bad place to be. How much Delta V would I need to, get caught in the SOI? Oh, just far more than I have. Okay, but that's doing it that way, right? We could do it another way. If I were to try and something like that, and then I took the Delta V. No, that's the other one. Took Delta V off, right? Yeah, baby. Yeah. Okay. 957. If I do like this, so I'm adding just a little bit on like that, and then I'm taking a lot off of our retrograde burn. Come on. I don't got time for this. I don't got time for your maneuver nodes to act like your maneuver nodes do and always have in this fucking piece of shit. Okay, no. Get caught again. A little bit more on the retrograde. Well, fuck it. Just burn this way. No? Burn. No? Shit. Alright, we were doing better before. Back over to here. There's a... we're kinda caught. Kinda caught for 943, but we were doing so much better when I had it a little bit different. What are we doing? I don't understand. This you to there. That's pulling me down quite a bit. Ooh. Lowering our Delta V expense by doing it this way. Do want to get kicked out into the atmosphere, into just out of the SOI. So from here, for 914, which we have, I could do it. Node coming up in not a lot of time. How much Delta V? No, that's more retrograde. How much Delta V could I take off? God damn it. We can do... There's something we can do here. Leave a little bit later. Just reducing the amount of Delta V that we're spending to what we can get away with. I mean, we would hit DUNA. Sure we would. But we wouldn't exit the SOI of DUNA. Alright, so we need to burn on this, pretty immediately. If this is gonna work, please tell me I've got enough comms to turn the ship still. I do. What are we at? 3% still. Okay. You just want to get it caught. Just want to get it caught. Make it as though it was worth something to send it out here. Boom, and burn. And burn. Cute. And we'll see what we can do with basically all of the fuel that we brought. Not trucking today, space trucking today. I love KSP. This man loves KSP. Aero brake at DUNA. Ooh, maybe. Yeah, let's get just something that captures our, captures us into the SOI, and then when we go up to the apoaps of that capture, we'll have a lot more effectiveness over what we could do, and yeah, we could slam into DUNA and aero brake a little bit. I think I've got no monoprop on this thing whatsoever, apparently, so that doesn't help. I didn't bring any monoprop, and incidentally, this was, it's also set up to be a refueling platform at DUNA, So that was a thing that I had hoped would be a thing. But we should get at least a capture here, and then pretty quickly lose comms with DUNA. We'll see, though. Okay, we're approaching, we're approaching, we're approaching. Slow that burn down a bit. 90 to 80 meters per second of Delta V left in the tanks here. Give me... Yes, okay, we've got a capture. With 39 meters per second left, we've got a capture that puts us, just slams us right back into DUNA. That should be fine, right? Just a little bit of litho braking at DUNA. Yeah, AppWaps of 42 million in a straight goddamn line. I don't see how that could go wrong. Kong going to be the KSP2 spokesperson then, if he loves it? I wouldn't recommend that to the new developers of the game. It hasn't worked out for the last ones. Okay, so good. F5, I guess. Let's see what we can do. Take me up to the AppWaps, if you don't mind. Where's DUNA, by the way? Behind us, I presume? In front of us, I presume? There's DUNA. Way the hell up here, over days and days and days and days. Down to 2%, down to 1% signal strength. If we're gonna lose the signal, because, you know, it's more about the fact that Kerbal, I can't make a maneuver node at 1% signal strength. You're not gonna let me make it maneuver node? I do still have control, 1%. What would I do? What would I do to make this work? If we're going up, if this is the sky that's away, and then if the north of DUNA is there, let's just get our ball lined up, since we're probably going to lose signal entirely if I go any further. You know, if I go out to the AppWaps, we won't be able to control the ship at all. So, from here, that's us heading up and out, right? That's up and out. So if I were to burn on my 90 toward the east, I would be pulling us into, hopefully would be pulling us into an orbit is my idea. With the 39 meters per second of Delta V that we have left in this ship. Have I limited you at all? Thrust limit you down so that I don't accidentally burn all of it all at once when I don't want to. Where is DUNA? It's down there. Okay, gotcha. Back to map mode. And signal strength very, very weak now. Still 1%. Let's do it. See what I get. That is the wrong direction. Alright, that's so I did all of the things upside down and backwards. That is pulling it. That is not how I wanted it to be. Let's see this like this. If we just Q, and then 39. Come on. Just give me something that gets us out and around. You know? Something that gets us out and around. Worried about the AppWaps. Definitely worried about the AppWaps leaving the SOI. If I burn toward the ground a little bit. Can hold the AppWaps more or less where it is, right there. And a little bit more, a little bit more. How are we doing? 33 meters per second on this burn. Oh, have we got something? No, we still haven't gotten anything. Periapse is coming up, though. If I moved over a little bit, you could see that the periapse is coming up. I do need to move over a bit, too. I've got the interface up and everything like that. Don't worry, we'll fix it in a minute. You just trust me that things are getting better. Things are getting just over there, pawn, so they can see, and then back into the game. No, that's not the game. There's the game, and then you. See, it's getting better. Oh, okay. We're hitting the moon. But that's not gonna help us. That's not gonna help us because it doesn't get us an AppWaps, or a periapse rather, that doesn't get us killed. It does get us lower.
Still at work, but
cool.
good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just gonna keep burning. Whoa! Oh, there's something cool there. I would love for this to be... We got it? Have we got it? We've got a periapse? We've got 107 kilometers, and we're sucked way back down toward DUNA with this. I did it. I did it? I might have did it. I might have did it. F5. F5. Ooh, use it, Sister Mason. Wouldn't I love to use it? I wish I could do a maneuver node right now, but I can't to figure out what would be best. Shall I F with it a little bit, since we're probably going to lose contact? How... That's on the second orbit. That's on the second? Is it, though? Because we go up to here, and then we come down, and then boom, and then we get hit by the periapse of Ike there, and then... We come down... Yeah, we're still... You're right. You're right. The blue one, we're still hitting the surface of... Damn it. Keep going. Keep going. I need this... I need the blue one to come up. Come on. Damn it. Fucking do a thing. This would be so cool to be circular around Ike. But, periapse is still negative 88. And I don't have maneuver nodes, so it just kind of is what it is. I gotta not die, is the thing. First and foremost, this craft needs to not die. So don't worry about all that, Pawn. Just keep pushing. Okay, now we're getting a gravity assist from Ike. Periapsis is almost a thing that exists. We've got a periapsis. Need to get it up somewhere. Don't know what a good arrow braking height is at DUNA. Anybody got any thoughts? Wait until the APWAP, says Jermacian. I am down to 1% signal strength, and I don't think we'll get it back on the descent. I don't know that we'll get it back, but we definitely won't have anything at the APWAPs. We might lose comms entirely once we pass this APWAPs. I mean, bear in mind that Kerbin is drawing away from DUNA at high speeds right now, and we're already down to 1%. Coming back down by 40 million, maybe it helps a little, maybe it doesn't. I'm not going to risk it, is where I'm standing. 50k is Atmo? Okay, that's helpful. Let me get over to the other side. I would love to just lick a little bit of atmosphere, but we're not going to have... That's the problem. We're not going to have control. We assume we won't have control over this probe ever again from here. That being the case, like, this is the best I can do, and Ike is sooner or later going to hit it and throw us off. Wouldn't it have been so fucking cool if we could have hit Ike? But I don't have... Ooh. I can make a maneuver node there? Why can I make a maneuver node? And I can make a maneuver node here? Okay, for some reason I can make maneuver nodes now. It wasn't fucking allowing me to before. Get me, like, right up on top of us, first off. No. Like, how... Node in 2 hours? You get this node very, very close to us because we could lose comms at any second. 21 minutes, that's still a lot, but is there something I can do to get us that hit with Ike that makes us, you know, circular, that gives us the circularization? I don't have a lot of fuel to burn either here. Just experiment a bit. There are little kicks with Ike that you're, you know, there's something's happening there, but it is kicking you off and out and away now. If I go forward, I don't know how much. Aha. Wait a second. That puts us into an interesting, if it's not lying, an interesting, or, you know, something that's closer to DUNA that makes more sense. Let me try doing this over here. And again, you, by which I mean me, come over here for a minute. I'm going to fix all this in a second, okay? But right now, we're on a time crunch. So, if I use just mouse wheel over these, this is basically the only way that I've found that this interface is at all helpful, is if you mouse wheel over the things that you want. So, what's going on at DUNA would be nice to know. If I could switch to you, then be able to see what we're doing. Okay. periapses. So back to the selection of the maneuver node, and then 1, let me try on the normals, see what happens. With a little bit of normal, we can actually get kind of equatorial. I'm going to reduce the amount of change there. That would get us nicely equatorial. What else would you want, Vaughn? I would love it to be more circular. Like lower. Ooh, 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 that's looking nice. Heh. Not a lot of delta V to work with, bear in mind. It's equatorial and getting nicer. If I keep going, no. I would love it to twist like this. And it doesn't cost much. Oh, it doesn't cost much at all. And then we could basically be in Ike's sort of, you know, area. Just without actually getting fucked by Ike the way that it's saying that it would. So if I change everything that I've just done and put more delta V on, can we get here without getting kicked? I'm going to have so much overlap with Ike with that kind of a thing, though, that it's going to eventually hit us and kick us back out. So that's a pretty big concern. I mean, if we still had comms when we got down there, we could fix all of this lovely. But who's to say if we will or not? And if I were to increase the orbit, well, that's for when we would fire it. That's not going to tell us that. How the trip to DUNA so far? You know, it's a thing. It's a thing. I'm going to try this. And hopefully we end up having comms when we get out, you know, there. F5, indeed, triflistic. We're trying to save this probe and put it into an orbit that's somewhere around DUNA, even though it'll probably get kicked out by Ike regardless of what we do. You know, maybe things work out. Probably not. Zoom me up to that encounter there. Thank you. Time warping me automatically. Can't really see anything happening. Okay. Now, with SAS, pull me over to the target. Whoa, why are you so wobbly and whatnot? There you go. So this is a 4 meter per second. This is a very small burn. Takes less than 1 second to accomplish. Ooh. 1% signal strength. Coming up on the burn shortly. I could probably burn from here and affect the exact same, you know, thing. It's close to. In fact, I probably will. I'm going to do it right now. Let's go. Doing it incredibly slowly. Okay. Okay. What we got happening? Things are happening. This is so close to like a bunch of weird different things that could happen too, that it's kind of hard to believe what you're being told. Okay, we've lost the target. And we've got multiple hits there. Let's just drop this. Do we? Or do I go and find it? Maybe you go and find it, Pawn. The SAS is actually pulling us away from our target. That's how close we are to it. As I SAS toward it, I can't actually get to it because the reaction wheels are moving us. So we never actually get to it. Alright, let's just drop that and see what we've got. We have periaps here, apwaps there, then we hit Ike again, and then something happens. If I go to settings, can I find, like, video and graphics, gameplay, UI scale, time controls, how many, like, what would it be under? The number of, SOI changes, the It might not be a setting here. You might have to go out to the main settings in order to do it. Camera wobble, enabled, disabled. Conic patch limit 4. If I go up to 6, accept. Aha! Aha! That's what we want. If that's what happens, I don't understand why we've got 2 different Ike periapses here. Do we hit it twice and then we get this? I don't quite understand what's going to happen. We're gonna come back in, and we're gonna SOI change for our first Ike encounter, which I believe would be the yellow one. And we do have a periaps, so we go past it, and then we Ike escape here, and then we'll have this, and then we'll go around, and then we'll hit Ike again, which would be this one. And then when we exit here, it would put us onto this loop like that. I think is what's going, or this loop like that. I can't tell the directionality of it, really. We're doing that, and then we're doing that, and then, yeah, we should be going this direction. But that gets it done. It's like 2 encounters resulting in a stable DUNA orbit. I mean, I love that those words. Those words sound great. If I were to say, warp me to here, cannot auto-warp so far, fair enough. If I were to say, auto-warp me into my first Ike encounter, would you allow that? No. On the other side, cannot auto-warp so far. Alright, well then just warp me to here. And there we are, out there in space, doing as we do, with me sitting in a really weird place, but I'm gonna fix it in a minute. It's like 2 encounters resulting in a stable DUNA, yeah. Okay, so we made it to... wow, that's having 6 patches. That's a lot of patches is what that is. I don't even know where we are. We're here, gotcha, and we're passing by Ike, and we could be collecting science if we had any signal whatsoever. We have limited probe control. We might actually be able to send signals to the probe to do these, though. I'm not sure what the limits are on that. Could you give me a view where I have control over something? Orbital would probably be helpful here. Thank you. Alright, so there's Ike. If I got the atmospheric pressure scan, that's transmittable, except for we won't really be able to transmit it. You could collect it anyway, I guess. I don't fucking know. I've got 3 of them, I think, to spend. Just double check that. Do I have 3 of them on here to spend? 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many we've got data in that one. We don't have data in that one. We don't have data in that one. Alright, yeah. Do me these things. Atmospheric pressure scan. 0 is in a vacuum. Temperature scan. Can't do it in space. Good. Might as well have mystery goo and... I mean, it's Ike. It's high over Ike, and we get a little bit lower, but I've already done it, you know? Already done the thing. Let's get lower. Let's get lower and get the most valuable version of this data that we can, I guess, since it won't come off. Yeah, so where's the probe on this ridiculous beast of a craft? You. I need to review the data. Or maybe it's you. Transmit the data. No. Probe. Where's review data? It doesn't contain the data, so I can't review it that way, which means I'd have to go through each and every one of these. I don't give a fuck. There we go. That's it. Give me a material study from here. I don't give it. It'll be the high data over there. We could paint the rocket with this, sure. Mystery goo. Feels right at home. Cool. Alright, so we've gotten Ike data, apparently. I guess. Alright, so warp me. So we are able to still do some limited probe control at this point. And we're on the dark side of Ike, so nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Where are we? About to exit the SOI, and we have. And that puts us into this nice little weirdness. which claims that I will be able to... that I'm gonna hit Ike, is what it looks like. But no, because it says that the Ike encounter will be there instead, and things are flickering, and the game might not really know what's going to happen. So it's looking good to me. Let's come back around to here. Maybe just set me up there first. Warp to there, please. Whoa! Yeah! Hi, Ike. So we're back here, and... I don't... There's so much shit on the screen right now. And there's another pass where we get hit by Ike, and then shit goes awful. Wow, the encounters never end. Apparently. Apparently. At least we got kinda caught. We're just gonna get kicked out the other side, I guess. Let's just watch what happens, I guess, at a reasonable warp. So, here comes another Ike encounter. And we're gonna be put, like, right back up to where we were. It's better than the 40 million we were at before. It's just 14. But so now we're in orbit of Ike.
Look at porn dude, the NASA shit with multiple orbits and orbit changes.
Totally intentional and not merely because I have no control over the craft right now. I could actually, like... We are headed toward our retrograde, kind of, is how it looks. And if the ship were to just land on its retrograde at the right time, I think I still have control enough that I can tell it to burn full. I could issue a burn, I just couldn't issue a controlled burn, is the thing. So there's that. Like right here, if it would behoove us in some way to fire, which I don't know. Can I make a maneuver node? I can't make a maneuver node because, you know, NASA can't... The guy in Mission Control can't do any math unless, you know, he can get a signal. He can't project anything on the whiteboard unless he's able to talk to the probe in binary. Can I tell it to hold retrograde? I can? Okay. So if we get to our periapse, and then I just burn hard. We've only got 18 meters per second, a delta V left in this thing. Blast all your full at the PE. At this PE? Or this PE? You know? This is gonna be higher. We're gonna still be in this territory where we keep running into Ike. And I'm not gonna get it down with 18 meters per second to the point where we wouldn't be hitting Ike. If we did go around to this one, we'd get more, you know, help from Oberth. Because we'd be going faster at the PE. We'd get more out of the 18 meters per second, but we'd have a higher apoapse. This is looking like this would be, well, it's there, 5.2 million. It either works or you crash into Ike. Sounds like a plan. Alright. Alright, I think we burn here. You know? It'll be harder to get that apoapse down even with the help of Oberth, is what I'm thinking. Even with Oberth's help. Let's warp up to the apoapse, or the periapse. And hope that I continue to maintain the ability to tell it to hold its periapse. And then I think I'll be able to send a command to just fire full. Just by hitting Z. Let's get right up on that periapse too. So we're not wasting anything. T-minus 2 minutes to periapse. Okay, find your retrograde again. And, let's see what this does to the apoapse, if anything. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Oh my god. I didn't realize it was going to take that long, and we did not clear Ike, so things are going to continue happening. Potentially things like that. I didn't realize that the thrust limiting was going to reduce an 18 millisecond burn. It was going to take that long. But, so, yeah, we didn't manage to accomplish shit, basically. But, you know, we get another orbit, I guess. What happens there? I think I might go ahead and go back into them there settings and tell it to not show me six fucking patches. 4, back to 4 is probably, it was a good default setting. Shall we go around again just to see what happens? I'm kind of curious. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, we got caught by Ike, which gave us a kick right back out to where we were before. Fuck. If I knew I could have kicked from, like, within Ike, I could have burned retrograde. We're out of fuel now. Love the laser show, isn't it? Don't you, though? Okay, so there we are. If I just do, like, add a maneuver, can add a maneuver, that's right. That's right. Alright, don't worry about your, just SAS off entirely. You do you, bae. You do you. Are you making electric charge right now? No, we're in the shadow of things. There is a DUNA between us and the sun, apparently. So that will happen. Alright, well, we've got it into the stablest orbit that we could achieve while guessing at what might work. We've captured it. It was just gonna fly out of DUNA. We don't know where the hell it was gonna end up. Now it's captured at DUNA for at least a couple more orbits. At least this orbit. This one orbit. At least that. That's what we've got. And I need to switch us over to Streamlabs left. And then reorganize my position on screen. Gonna be probably over here, kind of middle. I move things around a little bit in-game to try and just guessing where I'd want things to try and make this look a little bit better. So if that's like that, you need to be further over, pawn. Yeah. And then we'll just do a little bit of stream management here. A little healthy stream management as we go. Me out to here, you guys there, just for a Kerbal setup, you know? Like that, and then you that needs to move over to the right a bit, as does you be on the other side. It's just the sorts of things we always do around here. Fuck. I wish Kerbal would stay up while I was doing this, but it doesn't. So if I go over to... I can't see because you're in the way. Many things on screen here. So let's start by moving this over here, I guess. Probably over there. Yeah, I'll just have you there-ish. And then you... Ah, fuck. One tick up like that. And then... No. You need to get as close to me as you can while still being visible. Eh? Yeah, I guess. Where I'm sitting right now, and then you are in the wrong place. You need to move over to the right. Okay. That looks decent to me. And then if we go back into Kerbal, the donation thing's a little bit too close still. Move you over here. Nope. Grab the wrong thing. You to there. And then KSP. Nope. A little bit. Just hang with me. Almost there. That kind of works. Kind of half almost sort of nearly works. Put you there. Nah, I want you on the edge there. It's design. It's graphic design. It looks a certain way. Doesn't look right on the black there, but it looks okay to me. And now there's more of this that you can see, and that would be the idea anyway. All right, get me out of studio mode and make me smaller. All right, so we did a thing. It's here, F5. What are we gonna do? I don't have anything else, you know, on board this beautiful looking fucking thing. Beautiful fucking looking thing. Looking fucking beautiful fucking thing. Turn the lights off, just because it's out here. Shouldn't be wasting electricity on lighting itself up until we're out working on it or something. We also still have the ability to take more science with our Science Junior if anything should come along. And I will also remind you that if we wanted to, we can link up to this guy to transfer fuel from it, but it doesn't have any because of how that all went. So we could transfer fuel to it. Orbital satellite relay that doesn't actually reach back to Kerbin under most circumstances, that has the ability to transfer fuel but is empty. So that worked out, I think. That was just, I think we nailed that, really, when you get down to it. I think we fucking nailed it. Great looking probes, the Stormhawk. Isn't it, though? I make them pretty. Just don't know what the fucking function of them is. I mean, if we would have been in not fucked mode in terms of 65% efficiency of the speed of light of a massless particle, because that's what hard mode is. They nerf the comm system by 35%, which is redefining E equals MC. It's redefining the speed of light, the speed of a massless particle, and nerfing it by 35%. But everything else stays the same. That's what's going on there. So if we hadn't have been in that mode, then we could have done our maneuvers when we were at a periapse with DUNA when we came in, and it wouldn't have looked like that. But hey, you know, best recovery I could come up with on the fly, I guess, is what I'll say. And this does not look good. I don't know what I'm doing. And also, do I not have stream labels open? I don't, which means that none of this is updating. Stream labels. Stream labels. Come online. There we go. There we go. It's Kerbal Space Program, everybody. I thought it was just range that was affected. Is there something else? It means your amplifiers are weaker on your antennas. Yeah, that's the other way of choosing to define that, except for I don't believe that the numbers change on the equipment. You know, where it says that something has a range of 5M, whatever M stands for. I think that stays the same across normal mode and hard mode. So it's actually not according to the game itself. You could imagine that, but that's not what they say in game, is I'm pretty sure where we stand here. Yeah, 3.333 mits per second, packet size of 2, 31.6 million meters, 158, 354, 2 gigameters of DSN via LS1. So, here's the thing. Since we've done that now, this is the RA2 relay antenna. I might not have that unlocked. Let's look at this one. This says at DSN2, it's 500 million meters. So, I wanted to show you guys my normal mode anyway. So, let's go look. Let's go look. So, pause menu, back out to the main menu. I want to show you my normalish mode and show you some of the craft that I've built in there, and how I got to basically the same place we are in the hard mode in a day and a half's worth of playing. Pause in normalish. Let's load that up. Normie mode, engage. So yes, they are legitimately, literally changing the speed of light in their physics sandbox simulator in order to create an artificial level of difficulty in the comms system. That is how it seems to read. We will double check that right now by checking what the comm signal is of what was it again? The HG5, which is 500 million meters. Is that? I remember you were 2 gigameters. It's 2 gigameters here. It's 500 there. Is that different or the same? Because if it's different, then at least they're being consistent with their idea. Antenna rating 5.0 M. I didn't. 2.0 gig combinable. My brain doesn't hold information for like all 25 seconds. That's a lot of seconds to consecutively hold information. Did it change? I remember you guys being, yeah, 30 and 158 and everything. Unless those numbers change, then what the game is telling you is that they are actually nerfing the speed of light. Tip for you, bringing 2 of each science and using them on either sides of an elliptical Eve orbit, magnetic field scanners especially, is easy science. Stonks. Not sure about funding stonks, though. What's a stonks? What are stonks? But let me show you some of the craft that I have flown. that I have made. First off, well, I could just go through it. This was my first craft, my starter craft. The one that you get for the first two, it was fun. And then I made the pencil. Pencil, very simple, just, you know, nothing really that out of place. And then my third mission was the after-dinner snake. I don't know if you can see why I named it the after-dinner snake. You might also note that I have rotated each of these 45 degrees in order to create an interesting pattern there. But again, a very simple ship. It's eating a mouse and it's digesting it. The Wave to the Moon Mark 1 also had a recent dinner, a little bit shorter of a snake, a little bit larger of a meal, apparently. But I do like the texture choices that I've made and stuff like that. So this would have been the flyby of the moon, I guess. Wave to the Moon Mark 1. Sounds like it, right? The private space jet. The private space jet. Did I get this up? I remember this being very problematic, having a lot of issues, trying to get it off the pad, and I don't remember... I must have gotten it up. Yeah, I must have flown this. Because I did the tourist missions. I took the two tourists, and I got it done. I did, however, blow up a few of these before I got it done, and I built it with an abort stage so that they could come back alive, but I did eventually get that done. I lifted that up to... They just wanted suborbital flight, and I think that's all they... No, I managed to achieve orbit with it, if I recall correctly. That's fun. That's fun. It ate built. Reminds me of my first hard mode spaceplane. So many F9s. 1 GM equals 1 E plus 6 KM. That's... You're just making up words and numbers now, aren't you? But that, I really liked that design. It actually did land. You know what I did? I landed it in water. Because the one problem that it had was on re-entry, the wheels there, they burnt off. They were the only thing that burnt off, but they burnt off on re-entry. So I landed it in water, and I managed to fucking pull it off without losing any other part because I had put on drogues in the back. So I got us down to like 20 meters per second, or what, either 20 meters per second, I got us down to a very low speed, and then I nosed up as hard as possible, just above the water, hit the drogues, boom, belly splash, nothing exploded, I brought back the whole goddamn ship. It was beautiful. I love that. You know, I love the tourist missions in KSP because they make you think about, you know, how much does it cost to launch this ship and how much of the ship can I recover for money, because, you know, you're not making a lot of money from the tourism, and, you know, it just feels cool. I think the game should have more built around tourism, including the idea of having, like, automatically running tourist loops once you've done it once, you know, it could just kind of remember what you did and simulate that it's going on in the background. But, you know, it's very neat. I always like that part of it. I was very happy with that. Craft Private Space Jet Mark III. Oh, maybe this is the one that actually flew. So the Mark I would have been the one that didn't quite do it, and then the Mark III did it, but still the things broke off of it on the way home. And I didn't notice that that was embedded into there, or else I wouldn't have. And nor that one. Did I really? I don't trust the game. Sometimes it moves your shit around on you. But yeah, I gave it things to stand on by this point and stuff. Took a couple launches to get it to work, but it did eventually work. I figured out how to fly it. Polar Multi-Moon Probe. Polar Multi-Moon Probe. I think the idea was that this was just for multiple missions. So it's just one probe, but it was doing like several go-rounds of the moon, thermometer reading kind of missions, so that was that. I've been having a lot of fun with, you know, the texturing and greebling and coloring of things. Very short, squat ships that I've been making in this save. Science Man's Ship Mark II. This was Bill to Minmus. Bob. This was Bob to Minmus. I sent Bob to Minmus in this craft. With, you know, there's a probe in here so that Bob doesn't have to steer. And because it's normal mode, I had already unlocked... Really? We did it with the Octo? We didn't have the Hex? Okay. Okay, so we just did it with the Octo. But, yeah, there's 2 of everything on the craft except for the Science Junior, and didn't need it because we had a scientist on board who reset everything. He brought back over 1,000 science from Minmus, if I recall correctly, in normal mode here. Very cool, little fun ship. Took a couple of designs in order to get it working right, but I don't believe I was reverting except for when I was like, oh, fuck it. Like, I could save him, but it's just a waste of time, my life, and whatnot. So that was a Science Man's Ship Mark II. This one actually can be deleted because it also included a typo in it, so you can go away. And then what was the other one that had 2 variants? The Private Space Jet. I'll just delete the Mark I. And then after a Science Man's ship, we had a pilot's ship. And this was Valentina and Bob again. This is the 2-man version of that pod. Valentina and Bob landed on the moon, and it's doing so many things. We got SRBs to lift us off, and then we've got a little bit of asparagus staging with just a wee touch of fuel from these tanks that drop off as we ascend, in order to get us down to that craft, which was our moonlander. Doesn't she look fucking pretty? Doesn't she look pretty? She looks pretty. And once I had built this, like, setup with the, Octo and... Yeah, with the Octo and all this stuff in it, I just kept reusing it because it was a very good little platform for having a probe on board a ship. So even though I didn't need it because I had a pilot, it had a probe. And we managed to bring up, you know, all the science that we could possibly do with a scientist on board. These guys got stranded in space. They got stranded. I managed to get them out of the moon's SOI, but they couldn't come home, and so I had monoprop on here. Way too much monoprop. Shouldn't have put that much monoprop on it. It's a loss of delta V overall. So I used the monoprop in order to get them, like, smacking into the moon's SOI in ways to try and reduce the, you know, how far we were away from Kerbin. I did that for what was in-game, like, 250 days or something. It's a lot of in-game days trying to find the encounter with the moon that I could try and use. I got them down to a height that was still like 3 million on the Apoaps, maybe more above Kerbin, but it was enough that the next mission to come along, don't save that, which was the probe, Mark I love this fucking probe, was just barely able to deorbit it. Again, I brought too much RCS. I don't know, I'm no longer gonna bring the amount of monoprop that I usually bring. It's like you put monoprop on, you're just leaving delta V behind, and you never use that much monoprop. It's supposed to be just for fine controls, and monoprop isn't as efficient as just bring an LFO, just bring LFO. But using everything on board, including every drop of monoprop, I was able to link up with the pilot's ship, that was stranded out there using the claw on the top here, with a light embedded underneath it so that we could see what we were going to grab. Grabbed them from the exact front of their ship. I grabbed them right on their tip so that when I drove, it was going to be on their retrograde, and I pushed them down to 56 kilometers periaps, and then I was out of everything on this ship. And in fact, because I was so low on fuel and stuff, I couldn't push them down from orbit in the whole lander can that was up there with you know, all the LFO on it, so I had to leave that in orbit and break off, and I was just holding the ping pong ball of the crew pod that they're in. But I was able to push it down to 56. They had to go around the planet 6 times in order to lose enough speed from aerodynamic drag to actually come down. But I fucking love this probe, and let me show it to you. If I delete the fairing here, you will see that underneath here I have, it's acting as a relay satellite. It's got its own little shitty antennas for direct communication. Don't really need to be there, but it makes it look even more complex. You'll see that I've got robotics working because I wanted it to be able to be refueled in orbit. So we've got docking ports on the end of robotics. If I fire up the play button here, it's got to be reverse the direction, click play. It's actually 2 gears, or 2, you know, elbows. One that's attached to here and one that's attached to there, and they put it out at a 90. And the way that I built the program, it's actually supposed to, if I open the editor, it's supposed to do that movement here, and I kept trying to move in the movement to the middle so that this would actually work. It didn't work. The idea was that this would engage the servo lock at the very end, so it would like move them in and then lock them. But even with a full like seconds worth of stillness from both of these, it doesn't actually. It tells me it's still moving. No, it's not. It hasn't been moving for a fucking second, asshole. And then, so the idea was at the beginning and the end, you lock the servos, and then 3/4 of a second before, you know, firing this up, oh, apparently half a second, you disengage the servo lock. So it's basically the program, regardless of which end you're running it from, is supposed to lock them at the ends and then, you know, lock it, unlock it, then move it, then unlock it, then lock it. So it will move between the unlocks and lock out at the ends of them. It doesn't fucking work, and I don't know that you can. I've had this behind me the whole fucking time, haven't I? Thank you. But I don't think you can do that. I'm an idiot. I had it behind me the whole goddamn time. It moves in the middle, and then the locks are at the end, and the unlocks are in the middle, so it always locks out, but it doesn't work. And I don't know if it's possible. But it's a really cool craft. It is the probe. It comes up, once you're in atmosphere with it, it has 2,000 meters per second of delta V. I would like it to have more, but it was the first probe that I make. And I was very happy with it, and that's all the craft that I have made in this normal mode save, in order to get to landed and returned from Mimus and landed and returned from the moon. And have also unlocked a bunch of the fucking, you know, centers and stuff like that. And having played in normal mode a little bit, I feel like things are a little, you know, the balancing it makes the game more fun because you get to do more things if you know how to do more things, but you just rush through everything so quickly that like all of the potential for teaching and learning through, you know, through the tech tiers here is kind of lost for new players. Because, you know, you buy these two, and then the next time you come back, you buy all these three and one of these, and the next time you come back, you buy all that and all that and all that, because you come back from the moon or Minmus or something like that, and it's like, you get too many parts too quickly, and so if you've got a new player that you're trying to educate, they don't get a chance to be experienced to what those parts are good for. It's a hard game to balance, but I just do feel as though they've not done it very well. I wonder, do asteroids and comets give their own science outside of surface samples? I don't know. I don't know, sirloin of beef, whether or not they have their own biomes on them. The tree should start with probes and planes, sounding rockets, that kind of thing. Sounding rockets, that kind of thing. I like the idea of starting unmanned, at least. I don't know about planes, because planes are, I think, more difficult than rocket science, in this game anyway, you know? For an uninformed player to try and figure out what you do with centers of mass and shit.
I really enjoy watching you hating KSP again. This looks so painful, so here is an after-hour beer. Cheers.
Thank you, Maffycraft. And it just, when it finished that sentence, we were at 1 hour and 1 second on my local recording. Perfect friggin' timing. Maffycraft with a donation across Streamlabs directly, $5.82, deposited to my PayPal account. Government doesn't know shit. Don't tell them. Thank you, Maffycraft. But yeah, I having a lot of fun and enjoying the minutia of, you know, building things exactly the way that I wanted them here in normal mode. I got 530.9 science waiting to be spent. I got 500,000 Kerbins, and I've already upgraded the tracking station to level 2. I've upgraded mission control to level 2. I think I upgraded, yeah, astronaut complex to level 2, R&D to level 2, VAB to level 2, Launchpad to level 2, everything's level 2 here that I, you know, actually use. Space hangar's still level 1. In fact, I did the runway to level 2, just because I figured I was gonna try and land the tourists in the space plane. It's basically just, you know, a glider for landing was the idea, and it worked, ultimately. But I figured I was going to land them here, so I decided to pave the strip. Never used it. Never used it. Administration building, don't know why anyone would ever upgrade that stupid fucking piece of shit that they threw in the game so they wouldn't have to actually design the fucking thing. I don't understand, but you rush through it, and that's in 9 ships. 9 missions, apparently. But yeah, we're going to continue playing in hard mode, And today is the day. We're going to DUNA. We're going to land on DUNA. We've got a probe in orbit of DUNA that will not help us at all for relay comms. It might help us a little bit because on the second, when we get to DUNA again, DUNA will be as close to Kerbin as it's going to be. We had 3% communications the last time from that, so it might help a little bit for the relay. Big problem with that relay was that I put on the wrong kind of antennas. I figured that any extra antennas that I were throwing on, oh good, it crashed. Well, that's perfect because we're going to live stream break. I figured that any extra antennas that I was putting on after the first 3 RA2s was just, for funsies. But if I would have put on, instead of 3 of the ones that fold out, the dish ones, the first relay / direct antenna, HG5s, is that what they're called? If I would have, instead of putting 3 of those on, if I would have put the ones that fold out, that have, the ones that fold out and then you got dishes on the side, those would have actually given us enough communication to have contact, like some tiny amount of contact, I think, at 1.0, after changing the hard mode setting in the persistent file. I think that would have given us enough contact to be in communication with Kerbin the entire year, or almost the entire DUNA year, the entire circle around the sun, around Kerbal. Is this meant to match up with the IRL launch window with Mars? I have no idea. You look for realism in KSP, and you find it where you want to find it, because you're ignoring other I don't know. I don't know. Is the rule for Mars that you put it 45 degrees ahead? 45 degrees behind Kerbin and then launch? Is that how that works? Because that's how the game expects you to Google it. How do I get to DUNA? I'm going to discover it naturally and organically in game? No, you just want me to... Okay, pull up the Wikipedia. When do I leave for DUNA? This is gameplay? This is gameplay. Hey, we put a tab in there. The Kerbalpedia is in the game now, so I guess it counts as gameplay. Okay. We're going to take a live stream break is what we're going to do. 7 minutes, we return, and we start building for a landing on DUNA. I'm going to try and decide during this break whether to do it epically or do it in the smallest way I can.
Coming up, 3 hours of intense rocket build action, but first this 7 minutes cooldown from
what? From what, though? From what? 7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pawn not out! I've pressed all the wrong buttons.
So
Hello, I am the Ronan Bull, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bull live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Bull. I clicked the button you're supposed to reset. You've reset. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program, which just crashed on it, and it's crashed. Just crashed on us, and I didn't reopen it during the live stream break because that would be a thing that a professional streamer would do. I go away from the computer. I'm the entertainer. Someone else has to worry about these things. Best song right here, Cap. Which one was it? Which did you like the most? And which floor is the live stream? Which floor? Which floor? In the which floor is the live stream? You put a question mark. That should have been a period. Oh, another thing that I meant to mention about what I've done here since our last live stream is I downgraded my texture pack. The Astronomer's texture pack for environmental visual enhancements. I downgraded it to the 1080p to the 2K from the 4K. I figured, put the 4K in. You got all this equipment that can handle it. Kerbal Space Program cannot handle anything. So we've downgraded it a fair bit. In my opinion, the worst thing about career is the amount of fly here at X speed at X location and test overly heavy booster in orbit around the moon without staging and do thermometer test at Jeb's rock contracts. You know what, I think, like, those are... They shouldn't be in the game, but it's like, it kind of teaches you to go, what? No! So, like, I don't think that they're a very good teaching tool, but they're not my worst anyway. My worst out of the mission pool is the missions to do thermometer scans at the moon below 10 kilometers, and here's, like, the worst of it is here's one. And you're like, okay, well, I'll just do one. And then you get there, and then there's a second one. Oh, okay, I'll do a second, then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. And the reason why that is the worst for me is because below 10 kilometers at the moon takes, you can only warp at 10 times speed. So the mission is to go to the moon, put a probe in polar orbit. If you know what you're doing, you put it in polar orbit so that you can just let the moon spin under you. But then because you're limited to 10 times warp, you have to just keep bouncing in and out from the moon to the tracking station, move things forward, back over to your craft in-game. It's basically like encouraging load screens and load times is that mission. You know, any 10-kilometer below mission is just like, here, why don't you look at a black screen for a while? It's not thought out very well, is it? Hey, Jim's here. Gonna get high again, to be honest. Gonna do it right here, right now. Probably a good call upon. Oh yeah, those lunar orbit contracts suck. Don't they, though? Ore from Eve to Tylo. At some point, the game asks you to take ore from Eve and land it on Tylo. Taking anything off of Eve to anywhere is not a mission. It's a YouTuber challenge. Like, if you're doing, I'm going to lift something from Eve to somewhere else, that is, you're supposed to accompany that with, like, dumping ice bucket on yourself for disease research. Like, that's a YouTube challenge. It's not a mission in the game. Can't be. I'll just download Loading Screen Simulator from Steam for free if I want a loading screen. Welcome back. So we're going to DUNA. We're going to build for DUNA. We now have, for a few minutes anyway, the probe that we stuck up DUNA's atmosphere, and we didn't actually get it to DUNA's atmosphere in this orbit. For a minute, it was in a nice circular orbit, but then Ike came along and said, nah, fuck you, and kicked us back out. This is the close, and Ike is going to come back around, and the timing's going to be wrong on one of these orbits. It's going to throw us out or into the surface of DUNA. Who's to say what Ike will do? But we did save the craft. It did collect science for us that we cannot receive. We can't actually have that science because we're out of contact, so we can't send it back. But it did the job, just, you know, didn't quite stick the landing. But that means that we're on to the final challenge of this subscriber goal challenge, which is to land a Kerbal on DUNA in hard mode. And, you know, sure, maybe I've F9'd a couple of times, and sure, maybe I edited the persistent files so that the comm system wouldn't be ass, but it's still hard. Hard node the way that they should have. design it in the first... Mill grips. Hi, Paul. Good night, Paul. What, are you just showing up to say hello and then leaving me? Don't leave me, baby. Do we have 2.5 meter tanks engines? I believe we do. The question for me right now in building to land on DUNA is, do I build something that I like? Do I take the time to build something that's cool and fun and impressive, or do I just get her done? And I might just start with just get her done and see where it takes us. I think the best thing for this mission is going to be the lander can, in terms of it having the lower mass, and also having some of its own torque on board, as opposed to, say, these landers. This is 0.77. It's got its own ablator on board, and considering how thin DUNA's atmosphere is and how light the craft is, it could probably get down with that, which means actually maybe the Onion is the better choice. The Onion is 0.77. If you're 0.66, but you need an ablator, and even if I were just to put the ablator on, probably don't need an ablator at DUNA, but even if I were just to put the ablator on at a very low amount, god damn it, where's the ablator? The ablator's there. Pull this up, see what the weight of you is. You're 0.3 there, but if I turned you down to like just 40, you're 0.14. Down at 20, you're 0.12, which means that the Onion is the better choice at 0.77, and this is 0.66, which means technically by 0.2 of a ton, 0.02 of a ton, something like that. Time for the DUNA manned land refueler rescuer of the previous ship mission. No. The Onion then. But it doesn't have, the Onion doesn't have reaction wheels. You gotta put reaction wheels on. The smallest reaction wheel is actually only 0.05 tons. They're very even, is what I would say. They're very evenly balanced in terms of what one has and what the other one doesn't. So let's choose based on which looks cooler. And that's this one. Although, if I built it correctly, the lander thing, this one looks cooler. We'll go with what looks cooler. That's the idea. Onion is good if you plan to recover the Kerbal. If not, the lander can is best. I just looked at all the numbers. I mean, what? You know? I'm going to use this one because it looks neater. And because it is going to be without any reaction wheels, we'll give it a little bit of reaction wheels to start. We'll just figure it out, you know, as we go, as we usually do. But so for a lander, you know what I've been enjoying to do is this kind of thing, because it just looks so nifty, the angles and whatnot. Doesn't it, though? It looks... It's... Nifty is the word that I'd nift for it. I think you're probably going to need one of these as well, and probably going to want to look cool. Yeah. Perhaps. Now, in order to land on DUNA, let's pull up the Delta V map. Landing on DUNA, where's DUNA here? DUNA's out here, is, they say 1,450 from orbit. Lot to slow down there from 60-kilometer orbit. Some of that can be done with drogues in the atmosphere, presumably. But if I take them at their word for 1450 for a landing and not planning to recover, then what have we got? The Spark is 2483 with this amount of fuel on it. I kind of like, for the sake of a lander, giving it a wider, like, base underneath it. Go direct into a crash course. Well, maybe. You don't, and incidentally, the amount of TWR that you would have in atmosphere at DUNA, let's say altitude, let's say 30, halfway into the atmosphere at DUNA, somewhere around there, and then DUNA would be 2.2. Yeah, you're not bad. You're not bad. Yeah, and then at sea level, 2.18. Fuck. That's all the TWR we could want in that sort of a thing. It's going to get worse as we attach the necessaries to the ship, but that's not bad. In terms of mass, the smallest engine that we have is the Spark. The Spark is going to behave well in vacuum as well as while we're landing at the well. So that's probably the best way to go. But nuggets. If we wanted it to be able to come back up. I mean, I'm just, you know, it's just, we'll see where I end up with here with don't go by mass, because I'm even less familiar with it. It's just bad sorting all around. It's not you, but you. If I put one of you on here, okay, I swear to God, I'm clicking on you a lot right now. Everybody loves when Kerbal gets sticky, right? 3670, and it's 1400 to come off of the surface, and so that's more than enough to land and come back off, get back into orbit with that as a lander. I'll start building from there anyway, I think. Detachable fuel tanks connected to the landing legs. Yeah, could, in fact, alright. I like your suggestion. And so we could leave those fuel tanks on the surface. And were I to do that, then I would go with this. I would go with you, and then I would try and get fuel wrapped around the engine in 3- or 4-sided symmetry with smaller tanks. But the tanks aren't going to be small enough unless they were like the Oscars. And the Oscars don't hold a lot of fucking fuel. Try and find the symmetry mode that makes the most sense for that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And just drop it on there somewhere, and I'll figure it out with snappings and whatnot, with the fine controls, that sort of a thing. You, not gonna have a shroud on you, and also, let's make you look cool. What's the difference? Those. Alright, leave that in there. I like that. Look at that. And you guys would come down so you're not penetrating quite as much. At least not penetrating the model. Something like so. In fact, with that, what we could do is go ahead and leave it there for now, Vaughn. Leave it there. You might be surprised how much Delta V. That's 3,500 again. We're already back up to, like, you know, what we had before with the other tank on. In terms of Delta V, are we still sea level at DUNA? We are. TWR is reasonable for that sort of an action. I'm not hating this. Can I move you in just a little bit more for making it look nicer? I can, and I have, and it looks okay from underneath as well for it to be like a reasonable concept there. Having landing legs that extend, you know, out so that you don't tip over, always lovely, would be nice. This is maybe not enough control authority. Like if I used instead the advanced and shoved you in here for that, you get a little bit taller, easier to fall over, and you lose a lot of Delta V because I'm bringing that much on a craft that will weigh, what? 4.0. It's a bit overkill. Worry about that in a minute, I think. But I'm liking this so far. Don't need monoprop on this thing. Yeah, you're not gonna do any attachment and docking and stuff. You're not gonna do any of that. Don't worry about it, Vaughn. At DUNA, we would definitely want real fucking landing legs. If I were to... Oh, you guys are upside down, are you? Let's see if we can't fix that. Not that it's a big deal, not that it really matters, but... Yeah. And then draw you back in a little bit so you're not penetrating that edge lip. Check the closeness to the fuel, or to the engine. A little bit tight. There we go. And then would I want to try and attach these to here, or to here? I think probably higher would be better for this. We would have the drag at liftoff if I didn't cover them with a fairing, but I don't think I give a shit at this point. All this is a Germacian, a direct crash course is terrible to slow down and instead aim to slowly skim the periaps into the planet's atmosphere to make slowing down easier. With some drogues, I believe, at DUNA would make some sense, wouldn't it? So, let's, before I forget about that, the more the better, kind of. You know? If I did 4 of them all along there, I'd be pulling from the ass end of it, though, pawn, you know? Yeah. Ooh. Kind of looks nifty. Putting it on like that. Doesn't that look nifty? Huh? 4 fucking drugs. They're a little bit close to one another, if I'm earnest. I don't know if we need 4 of them. More resistant, better. Kind of looks like a webcam. So that would land us. It's got TWR. It's way down on the Delta V all of a sudden, thanks to I think the landing legs primarily. No? Is it really the weight of the drogues? The drogues are doing more than the landing legs. Well, I was already sitting here saying I don't know about 4 of them. So what I'm gonna do is have 4 of them because fuck you. I like 4 of them. Make sure you can still use the exit with the chutes there, pawn. I believe the exit is here, which is weird on this craft, but no, it's here because yeah, there's that, and then it's there. All right. Remind me to test that when it's more time. But we don't have enough Delta V anymore, which inspires me to do what I was already thinking of doing in the first pass, which was like add those on, and then for the engine, give you one of these as well. We'll actually just throw that off because you got weird twists to you. Get me a new one, and then put you dead in the middle, and then put you there. So a weird way to tuck it in, tuck it in, you know, but it's in there. Gets us back up to almost 3,500. I'd like to have more than that. So what are my other options at this point in the game in terms of liquid fuel and stuff? Sort by mass, and the first, like, liquid fuel container, the baguette, carries 24.3 at a weight of 0.3 instead of, I don't know which, I would assume the baguette would be better because of the way that it's designed and whatnot. So if I rip you guys off and I put 4 baguettes on here instead. Are we snapping? Yes, we're definitely snapping. If I surrounded you with baguettes. Not really gonna do it like that, but what if I did baguettes like this? Huh? Huh? For you're not in the right place, but huh? 4 of you guys, I could go up to fucking 6. And it's just tucked in around there. I kind of like it. They don't... Just give me local and drag you out. Make sure that you're leaving enough space so that you're not penetrating each other in a way that bothers me as the person who's designing it. Like, oh, wow, they're really eating each other's space there, aren't they? But no, if you're not, then you're not. Ooh. I don't hate the fact that those little lines clip up through, either. Yeah. And they all have enough space to exist. They're not overlapping each other. And then we got this guy coming down in the middle, and that's 3,641 meters per second in Delta V. Those, however, do not detach, and we can't leave them behind once we land, which was the idea with the Oscars that I just sort of forgot and wasn't doing. So, again, we're very early in the design. There's going to be flip-flopping, okay? So that's a possibility. The other one was, can I fit 6 Oscars? Of course you can fit 6 Oscars, buddy. You're you. You're the Ronin pawn. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. 6 Oscars do indeed fit. But what you really want to do is I want to have them be able to decouple, and mass-wise, there's a TD06, but the TD06 needs an attachment node, which we would do with, tell me I've got them, cubic octagonal struts. So you, like that, and then you, like that. Yes. Yeah. And then the fuel tanks actually just attach the way that they're meant to, like so. We got enough space for everything as it exists right now. You're still on that. I can totally embed the octagonal struts in the fuel tank. I'm fine with that. They're really just to create an attachment point. All of this would be under a fairing. How close can I get you guys? There you go. That. And then up a little bit more even. Maybe like so. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like that. That's pretty good. Mm-hmm. So then when I, is that you? No, it's you. When I did like that, we'd have 1,699 meters per second, and then we would drop them when they're empty, and then we don't actually know how much delta V we've got for some reason. You won't tell me? What would I do? Oh, but we need crossfeed through them, of course. Enable the crossfeed, that's why. And now we have 2754 plus 856, so we're back up to around the 3,500 mark, right? The 3,600, in fact. 3,600 delta V, but that's without the landing legs. Landing legs. They're like that. Landing legs. We were only achieving this amount of, not that many of them. Could go down to 3, couldn't we? That's always dangerous and deadly. Probably don't do that. That's still a lot of fuel. 2,500 and 818. Stardom retracted. It would be better cross-feed through the struts. Yeah, I needed to do that. Bad that stock KSP not have tour drop tanks like in the Briz. I don't know what those words mean. Forget to auto-strut all parts to the heaviest... No. Why would you be bothered by someone else's penetration? What? The thing is, though, this would be better done if we had half and half. You know, if each side had what it needed to land and a little bit more, as opposed to, we will be dragging these fuel tanks down to the surface empty. What we want is to, like, use everything that's in those tanks, and then is kind of what we'd want to happen there. Set up fuel priorities for it and all that sort of a thing as well, but, you know, it would be better if basically I got 72 in there, I got 99 in here, and then I got these guys, if the 72 and then 72 and then drop these, you know, if it was half and half. I'm not just dropping 4 Oscar Bs. So if that were the thing that I'm aiming for, then I'd yank everything off of there. Oh shit. No. I'll put you back on. Throw you. I swear to God, I'm clicking the shit out of you. Well, you're highlighted even. Wake up, Kerbal Space Program. I want these pulled off like that. And you pulled off like that. And then the idea would be to try and set this up in some way where we've got half and half. And it's not going to be enough if I just rip that off. I'm just thinking silently right now. You know, I'd say thinking out loud, but that's not really what's happening. If you guys were on there and you dropped down out of the side, it should be like... Just put it there. Like that. And then actually, instead of having all of these decouplers, we'd just decouple one from the other. See, there's your problem pawn. That's what you need to address, is the idea of there needs to be a central tank, and then everything else has to come off of it. So, because what we want is for the engine to still be there. So you'd have this there, and then you would drag everything else down, would be the premise. And I feel like that's going to be more work to actually put back together than if I did it another way. Huh. So it's definitely going to be a complicated build. You know, I decided, I was like, maybe I just won't even fucking bother with it. Maybe I'll just slap it together and go on with my life. But apparently, no. Looks like I'm going the other direction with it. I'm going to take my time and have something that I think is worth something. Don't do that. Do what I asked you to instead. Do that. Touching each other just a little bit too much. I don't know if that's going to clear the sensors. I want to keep your touching each other to a minimum, if you don't mind. And then you guys would be up here, I think. Is that the right ones? Yes, it is. And then we'd add cross feed again. And 1200 on one side, 1700 on the other. 1700 is enough for takeoff to get back to orbit-ish. But I think what we're going to end up having to do... The lightest weight decoupler... Oh, fuck. What is the lightest weight decoupler? Decoupler? I'm using it. You're using it, Vaughn. Okay. I was gonna say, in that, like, radials are the lightest weight in comparison to, you know, these. But these tiny decouplers are better for what we're doing here. I'm thinking weird things. You just let me think my weird things and don't come into my world if you don't want to know what the hell's going on in my world, you know? R? I'd have to build them separately and then snap them on, okay? I can do that. Just let me put this here. And then give me you. Two-sided symmetry. No. R. I think that's going to be the right kind of symmetry there. And then if you guys weren't there and I put you on... You see where I'm going with this, though? You see what I'm doing? Maybe it's just two, then. Hold on. If you just did two... You feel me? Pull you out. And then you guys need to be attached in a completely different place, and you're not going to allow me because we're out of that mode of symmetry. God damn it. Alright, put it back and pull it off. And put you back here. And then in this mode of symmetry like we've got, they needed to come in by one? Shit. If only my brain worked. Is that correct? And then there's one of you that goes in between, in the middle of those. Because you got there, and there, and then you go all the way around. So you to there. Yes, that's what I was going for. And then in. Huh? And I've created six-sided symmetry, but with only two decouplers. Pawn, please don't ban me for the really weird stuff I'm gonna say after I finish this joint. I no guarantees. So Karen Cheering 5, does money make your brain work? Apparently, because right before you gave it, I now know what I was trying to do and I just did it. So that's a reduction of decouplers involved in this sort of nonsense that we're doing here. Like that. Get you up. And you're gonna have to... Ooh. It's not quite right though, is it? Because when I draw you into where you need to be, you are penetrating with one another. You would also need to come up to alignment with that, which should have drawn... Do you have extras? Why do you have extras? Why are they penetrating each other? Why are there multiple tanks inside of each other right now? That's not what's supposed to be happening here. So if I pulled one down, it should expose the other, unless there's one inside of it that's... Why am I getting that texture tearing? Are there double tanks? You're only on one side. You went to the wrong kind of snapping once I put you on here. You fucker. Oh, but you fucker, that's why. You... are. I hate this. Like, I have been fighting this in the other save mode as well. That the game actually does just, like, reorient things the way that it thinks they ought to be on your behalf. There you go. That's how it's supposed to be. And then you guys come out. So there's space enough between you. And then you are overlapping each other. Don't understand why exactly, but if I grabbed this and I snapped it and put you on absolute and then did like so, you immediately snap to the same position because you snap out of the radial mode that I had you into. Alright, well, fuck it, because the game doesn't support it. You know, if I spend another half an hour, 45 minutes trying to figure out the rules of attachment while I'm doing, you know, this kind of attachment, then maybe. But, you know, the game doesn't fucking support my ability to build the way that I want to build. Well, what are you gonna do? So... Fuck. That's really disturbing. And now I don't exactly know what I want to do. You don't have attachment points. I could make you attachment points. Using cubic octagonals. So back to here. Yeah. Something like that. And then decouplers on this side of things. That doesn't work, Pawn. To have decouplers like that. Oh, I love the idea of this. If this works the way that it just like occurred to me after starting it, this is gonna be fucking cool. Cool looking, anyway. Oh, in fact, Pawn, what you want to do? Oh, if it works. You know, the fucking game fucking hates people who want to be creative, and it's creative, fucking create. But if this fucking works, do like that, and then get me those baguettes. Chew on with snapping, like that. You. Oh, it's not gonna penetrate, is it? I want it to penetrate. It works! It works! That's what I wanted to happen there. That said, they're not going to detach from the right place. It's going to be very violent when they rip off the craft, let me tell you. Okay. But I know what needs to happen, so if I just move you guys down, I fucking love this. I move you guys down, and then, yeah, pull you off. Pull you off. It's gonna be violent no matter what you do, Pawn. Because of how you're planning this to work. If it's just one. You guys good? Tell me that doesn't look fucking cool. Kinda nifty. Kinda nifty. What the fuck? One of the keys on my RGB keyboard is out of sync with this animation? Yeah, what are you gonna do? Set separation force to 0 on the decouplers. I don't know that would be a good thing. Like, the quicker that they get away, the better. Because they're gonna be embedded into those cubic octagonal struts, and so the more force that we can, like, get them to go away from them, instead of, like, if we just release it, it's gonna be like, cracking forces and stuff. It would be better if I could get the cubic octagonal struts to... That's what you were gonna try and do, Pawn, and your brain just couldn't handle it. If the cubic octagonal struts were the detachment point. Yes.
Pawn builds the ultimate DUNA headbanded baguettes.
Oh, fuck it, I dig this, though. This is cool. This is very cool. So I would have to give up everything that I've done here, because the idea would be that there should be 2 cubic octagonal struts. One of them gets, like, completely embedded. And then the attachment points on that. for the dropping. It's always going to be, no matter how you do it, if you want it to look like this, that's how it's got to be basically that. You attach more parts, it's still going to, for the appearance, it has to be that. Can you guys attach to the baguettes? You could. You could. Don't need that many of them, but you're going to demand that there be that many of them. We could go to 3-sided, do it twice, and then I'd have 3 landing legs instead of 4 on DUNA. Let's you know what? Let's see what kind of like fuel we have, you know? And I want probably several of these. We'll see. Just to get you somewhat low. Cone isn't like literally heating our fuel. Get rid of you, so there's one less weird thing going on there. Make sure that this has fuel transfer. You. Can I not click those because of the way that I've embedded them? No, that is the decoupler. Enable crossfeed. And yes. So it's 1409, which just about gets us onto the surface of DUNA. Yeah. And then we use that as the landing, and then when we're coming back, we got 1966, which not only puts us into, you know, that will put us back into orbit nicely, with a little bit of fuel left over. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. And the thing is, what's the thing, Pawn? I don't know. Maybe there's no thing. There could be a thing. I don't think there's a thing. But that's as close to like what I had in mind as we've gotten yet. We will land on DUNA. They will have just gotten empty. We'll finish the landing, and then we get to drop them. Yeah. And you just use radial decouplers. They would weigh more. They would weigh more, but they would also be consistent. They would behave more consistently, surely, but they would also weigh more. I really like this idea. You know what? Here's the thing, like, if these are all attached to one another, don't go too much further, Pawn, because you don't want to have to put 6 landing legs on the fucking thing, do you? It's gonna have to be 3, I guess. So give me you, and from here, 3. Come on. 3 of you guys. Like that. And then more. 3 of you guys. Spin it so the arrows are facing out. And we'll have to adjust those independently, but that allows me to put just 3 landing legs on it. On the bags of fuel. Not a good idea. What's the impact tolerance of those parts, by the way? Does it have like a really shitty impact? 5 meters per second impact. Be fine. We'll already be landed. We don't even need landing legs. We've slowed down enough. And then that would be sort of the lander profile of this so far. 1,351 meters per second on the landing because of that, so we are, yeah, we're not bringing as much fuel. If I increased the fuel, I'm still having idea. The man is still, he's thinking things. He shouldn't be thinking things, but I'm still having ideas. I'm like, what I'm imagining is having an Oscar B in there as well, which would be like the Oscar B attaches And I want it on the stage that has the baguettes on it that we drop, so that we'd have more on this side of things. So if there were an Oscar B attached to every one of these baguettes, or even just 3 of them, if we've got them split off, we could do different things with them like that, which would make more sense for how much delta V we want. But so the idea would be that it would need an attachment point for under the ship, like we've already got with the cubic octagonals. So cubic octagonal, because we want the cubic octagonal, we want to be able to drop the it just doesn't end up looking right, Pawn, because of the way that the baguettes look. It would not end up looking correct if you did it that way. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, was just watching this on YouTube. Hello, I'm Amasaur. You can keep watching on YouTube if it's better for you bandwidth-wise, but have the chat open, yes. The legs will cushion the baguettes. Yes, welcome to They'll Cushion the Baguettes. Hello, Master in chat, what's up? Hi! I'm loving this design. I wish I could get a little bit more fuel on there. I just don't know how such a thing would be done that wouldn't just look stupid and ridiculous. Like, I could probably, like, attach to, and then try and, but it just, I really like this, though. And you've got more for leaving than for landing, but once we put the landing legs on, we don't quite have enough fuel in the stage that we drop. Is there anything I can do about that? I haven't given this fucking, like, the ability to just transmit or anything like that. This is just the lander stage so far. It needs a bunch of other parts on it. We're going to lose more and more and more delta V as we add parts toward the landing and everything. I love how these look. I love how these look. But if I were to go down to 2, it dramatically increases our delta V, and then there's more things that need to be put on here. A couple of drogues on the top like that. That's fine. You know, that's not going to be our complete primary use of landing or anything. And the drogues and the atmosphere and everything probably help us in landing, right? We don't have to worry about the landing so much. You transfer any remaining fuel in the baguettes to the return stage. Should be able to. Yeah, with the fuel delivery priority, yeah, we can transfer fuel back to it. I keep thinking about this as though it's actually going to cost us what the Delta V map says, which is 1,450 to land, but really I think that number is mainly there to tell you how much it's going to cost to come off in terms of your ability, because you can use the drag as part of your, you know, the energy that's going to contribute to landing you, so we don't actually need 1,450. Yeah. So maybe we're fine. Maybe we're more than fine with that. I think I'm just going to go with this because it's a cool looking design. It should be more than enough Delta V to get us down, and then, yeah. One other thing. I've never played this game. What is the goal? Today we're going to land on what is ostensibly the in-game version of Mars. It's called DUNA in Kerbal Space Program, but we're basically going to try and land our first Kerbal on the surface of Mars today, and this is just meant to be the lander can. And I'm thinking there will be 2 sections. I will leave one in orbit, and this will just land and then just come back. Would be the best idea that I would have. And if that's going to be the case, then we'd need to be able to, like, hook this craft back up to that. Let me just, for the sake of, you know, thinking it through, if I threw a docking port on there for later, you know? And you guys, maybe you're at weird places or something. That's how you get out of the ship, in and out of the ship. So if I'm over here, I don't want to block your window. How does that look? That looks fine-ish. If you can do it there, then you can do it here, Pawn. Fine-ish. God damn it with your fine-ish. Just on the line there. It's a bit of an art project for me. Bit of an art project. Oh, and you're more you got one side that you prefer and whatnot. It's just, don't look at the minutia of it. It's too close. They're too close. Pull you back off and put you somewhere. Goddamn spheres, you know? God damn these spheres. trying to build on them. Alright, don't worry about the lines, Pawn. You got a lot more to worry about here. Let's throw those landing legs back on. So that would be you guys, and now we can just do 3 of them. Because we attached them that way. Oh, good, these things are upside down. Shouldn't make any bit of difference for us. 3 landing legs, attached as so. We leave them behind when we leave, which, you know, gives us more delta V for coming off, and fuck, maybe we get back up, we could actually bring this thing home or something, I don't know. But so there's your landing legs. Gonna want for a lander, god damn it, stay in the game. Gonna want for a lander some, at least 1 light. 1 nice landing light would be helpful, and I would prefer it to just be 1. Light passes through the physical objects on your ship, and I'm quite happy to just, like, shove it on, like, 1 of them. Just put it someplace and not worry about it. Usually, anyway. But it wants to have 3 of them. I'm looking for the place where I could stick it. If there's 3 of them on here, it's too goddamn much, the 3 of them. If I go snapping and I put 3 of you on, I just want to know, like, how much delta V we lose to that. 1,383 from 1401. It's just unnecessary. And they're going to be in places that I don't want them. It's not going to, like, fit underneath the fairing. That could fit under the fairing, especially if I put it very low. Make sure we're absoluted here, and I drag you down. And absolute with snapping on the rotation. What are you doing? You there. We're absolute, right? God damn it. This is such a weird place to go back to F. Oh god, no. You up. You around, I think. And then you down or something? Ah, fuck it. Throw it away. Give me you again. That. And then in here. On your own angle. Snap down. About that. And then, yeah, stay on that snap for a minute, actually. No, no, no. Snapping off. Pull you down. That line. And then I could tuck that under a fairing. Fairing's gonna have to go over these landing legs anyway. So yeah. Back to that. Embed you into the baguette a bit. I want the spacing to be correct. Here. Not just because I'm, you know, being a douchebag, but, you know, for other reasons too. Because the weighting, the balancing of the weight. Not that it really should matter that much, but if you were out to, like, there, then you're pretty much central. It should be over there, though, Pawn. Fucking me with the balls and the shit. Alright, I told you there's gonna be a long build, there's gonna be a lot of minutia. Wait, there's no place to stick them that's not gonna be off with the landing legs. They'd have to be out here for, you know, to be matched with the landing legs. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Turn those on, and then when we're landing, what we'll have is something like that. And what I want, for the sake of landing, is red. Ooh, that's a nice red, though. I like that. And then if I go half brightness, because I got 3 of them on there, and then down to there. The surface of DUNA is red, Pawn, you know. Don't worry about it, buddy. That'll be cool. And the 3 of them at slightly different angles and stuff will actually help as we get closer and closer and really, really close. Yeah, it's not gonna be. It's a thing you put on. Now it's on there. What do you want from me? Turn you off? Or check your rotation first. So, rotation, you, Uh-huh. F. Are you... The model of this is so kind of fucked. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Go ahead and turn you off. Okay, so we got landing lights. We're gonna have the ability to land. We're gonna have the engine on there, and it's tucked up in there, so that we're not landing on that. When we go to come off of it, we'll be able to like, and then we pop, then we go. And then we got that for helping us land. We got this for once we're up in space again. We could do a thing. Okay. Okay? Okay. We could potentially, like, line up with somebody else. The idea of coming home with this, which is not something that I really meant to build for, but if we were to come home with this, then, you know, we'd need to, like, repack the drogues. We'd just have to cut the drogues. We'd have to save we'd have to save something that we could, you know, use as a parachute, if we were able to get it home. With this amount of Delta V, we probably can't. But if the pusher craft had excess liquid fuel in it, the one that we left in orbit, we could reattach to it, get the fuel out, refuel ourselves, and then maybe push home. Solar power on there to run the light. You are correct. We need batteries and all that kind of stuff. So, it being a lander, don't think I want it having extendable kind of shit, but, yeah, some solar panels, probably just 3. Let's try and counterbalance. What's the weight of the lights? Lights are 0.015 and solar panels are 0.005. So, not really gonna compensate for that. Let's just have them where they look nice then. Should be like that, I would expect. And then because I never like how tall these stand, we'll just embed them a little bit more. That's fun. Does that ugly bowl have reaction wheels? It does not, as of yet. You're right. I meant to put some on. We can put those along with the power up here, I suppose. So it'd be power, and then it'd be reaction wheel right at the tip, which will give us a lot of control authority, you know, but exclusively from the tip. Yeah. 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 And it also extends this thing for us. When we're coming up, another deal would be aerodynamics. If this is going to be the way that you're building it, you're not going to put it all under a fairing, then what I would want to happen is I would want to have a decoupler upside down. Oh, well, we don't need it with this, do we? Because you actually do release from any part that's built to you, which is weird, and I don't think that's the way it used to work, and maybe I'm wrong about it. I'm very confused about it. But with our payload being what it is, the tiny nose cone is too tiny. You're too... No, you're the right size. So there you go. When we're coming up, that'll take care of us right there. That's all we need. For the aerodynamics, looking very aerodynamic now, isn't it? Wouldn't you agree? Alternately, we could see how much of this hides under one of these when it's like that. Okay. It doesn't look ridiculous. I mean, it looks ridiculous, but it doesn't look ridiculous. Even though it looks ridiculous. The other way to go would be one of these, in which everything would hide. But would it detach? We're doing a lot of things where we're merging things through things. And that's always a good idea. Best idea, really. You get down to it. The more phallic, the more aerodynamic. Good rule of thumb. Yeah, see? It's coming together. Connect a fairing to the nose cone, covering the pod during flight. Could prefer not to. Could. Did you like that? And you're on top of the... Yeah, you're connecting to the docking port. And we'll have to test this one. We'll have to put it on the pad and test things on this particular craft. Maybe even now, while we're building it. Is there anything else that is required for this lander? 3 legs, we got some lights, we've got the ability to generate some power. We're just sending 1 Kerbal down, apparently. Electricity storage, SAS, docking port. If they ever wanted to come back from this excursion, they would need a parachute. I would love for them to have the option, the potential to come back someday. Actually, the XL parachute, 0.3 tons, versus to 0.1 for you, 0.1 for you, so it's more weight than is really necessary. But the radially attached parachute, gonna be kind of weird to have on the ball. On this ball. Whereas the idea behind the MXL was, what is the weight of this nose cone? 0.075. It's still more, but like if that were that, and then we attached the fairing up to it, then we'd never be able to attach and come back with it. That's the problem there. Yeah. Well, tell you what, Pawn, what? You don't need to have you're not thinking about this craft the way that you've thought that you should think about this craft. This is a ball. This is a ball, my friend. Have a fucking ball, baby. Could have this on the underside of it and be just as fine. I'd love to be able to just have one, but that ain't happening, is it? Why is it there's like a spot here where it does that, and I prefer it? Could work. You know, it's mainly about how does it end up looking to me. Now those would be like into the atmosphere as we're coming down, but I don't think they'd have a problem surviving the shock heating in that position. Just returning from DUNA at massive speeds, I don't think that would be problematic. You know, why would that be a problem? If I pushed you well in, what do you end up looking like? You end up looking like shit. Huh. I don't know, but, let's see. Why do Pawn's craft always look so Soviet Union-ish? Shut up. I think I'm by this game and play so I can understand what Chad is talking about. It also looks really fun. Let's put it out on the craft, or on the pad and see what it is. Before we do that, don't save it, but show me what number we're on to in this hardcore mode. 29, our 30th craft, kind of. Because we've skipped some numbers and accidentally redone some, I don't know, maybe it is our 30th craft. Finale. That's what it is. It's the finale. Mark 1. So that would be firing you, and then you drop you all at once, and then we drop that eventually and fire those and whatnot. We're not going to be testing that. What are we going to be testing then, Mr. Pawn? I don't exactly recall what it is. Am I going to be able to, like, reach the docking port? Yes, I can. Okay. So we'll test the docking port to see if it releases. And I guess we'll decouple as well. So let's just have the decoupler here, and we won't fire the engine. Yeah. Save that. Launch it. Oh shit, there's somebody in there. I didn't mean... Well, there's gotta be somebody in there. I forgot you're not supposed to criticize in Soviet Russia. Is it fun, says the Lord of the Ying? What? What's fun? This game? It's, alternatingly fun, and then not so much, and then fun again. Okay, so SAS on. Don't throttle anything. But, so one of the things that I want to see is once we're in space, can I, decouple node? It looks like the nose cone absolutely did come off there. Okay, and then the other thing that I want to test is when we drop the stage that's below us. Yeah. Yeah, that all works. It didn't have issues, it just broke off. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. I know it doesn't look like it, but that's exactly what we wanted to happen. Back to the recover the vessel. Good test, everybody. Is that really what you wanted to happen? Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted. I wanted to make sure that the nose cone would come off even though I didn't put a decoupler on it. And I wanted to know that the legs, when we jumped off them, wouldn't go into crazy physics glitchy Kraken mode. We recovered everything on the launch pad, so that didn't cost us anything to test. Excellent. Nothing exploded. Yes, I do apologize for that much. That said, what I would like to happen, however, is it's structural? Structural. I know the fairings cost a fair bit to attach, but I want this landing stage to actually hold together on its own once we've dropped it. So what I want is three-sided symmetry, and you to like there. And yeah, you've got different angles and stuff, so see if I can't make it look right. Are we in absolute mode? Absolute. Get you in the right position, and then get you in the right position. And then, yeah, you're at the same angle? I'm not sure now. You to there, and then you on your local to there. Just want to make them look right, and then you with absolute. That, you on absolute. Okay. So that connects those three. Shit, I thought that was going to do all of them. It didn't. Why do you look higher than the other one, too? F, absolute. God damn it, how did you get higher? You're there. If you're on absolute snapping, then you should be at the same fucking positions. Assholes. You know, relative to each thing. Okay, I'm being too picky. Too fussy. We'll just go from middle of you to middle of you-ish, and then you from where are we? Middle of those, which I can't actually tell. You to you-ish. Don't worry about it too much, Pawn. And does that clear that? It's gotta look decent. Gotta look alright, you know? She gives me a good idea of where the connective points are and stuff. But I want those to yeah, you way the fuck off of each other. Or I zoom out, or I see it. It's better. And you guys are much further apart than those two are. Fuck. Just F. Bring you in a bit. Bring you in a bit. Just focus on how it looks, Spawn, not what it actually is, because you're never gonna get it looking great in this game. Good enough? All the way around. Yeah, you're at higher positions and shit. I can't stop myself, people. My OCD kicking in. Here. It kind of makes me happy now. Okay. Okay, so that should like hold itself together when we drop it on the pad now, which was what I wanted. Let's move the staging back around so that we see what we've got. We've lost a lot of delta V to putting those things on, but I want it to be like that. So, start retracted, Is this all we needed in the stage? Really tempted to do a super chat containing as much of the Russian national anthem as I could fit in. Pawn, I've told you no three-sided symmetry. That's how Vale died. That's why Vale took a holiday. That's what you mean. That's how Vale took a... And it had no... She was fine with the three-sided symmetry. Maybe it needs more black tape. It can always need more, just a pipe to hang the fixtures from. Yeah, that's what it is. Gotta go, Pawn. Thanks for the stream and good luck with the landing. Storm Hawk, we're about to take a live stream break. When we come back, I think the next stage here is, you know, if this is the lander and it's enough to land with and potentially come home. But if it's enough, if you guys aren't telling me that there's something else that needs on here, then from here we start building down to, you know, the thing and the stuff and the guys. We start building down. What's the TWR? For the next stage, which would be the stage that gets us, it's the transfer stage. This just lands and comes off of DUNA. And maybe doesn't even come off of DUNA. But then we would have the transfer stage before we build the, you know, ascent stage for coming off of Kerbin. I'm looking at this right now. Like, I think one of the reasons why things don't look quite right, why they haven't been lining up correctly, is that you need to be out a little bit more. See how it's penetrating the engine a bit on those three? So if you guys come out, and then the other three looked fine already. You're still penetrating just a touch, but I'm not comfortable with that. Where are you going? Like that. That's fine. That's fine. So that puts you more in the position that you're supposed to be in, and maybe that makes things better or worse. And we have to spend a bunch of time fixing it because Pawn's just anal. It's anal. Pawn and his anal, you know? Just so much of it. That's fine. That looks fine. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Except for maybe you. Just a little bit. Just pull you out a little bit more. But I'm not gonna... It's fine. It's fine. So that is the stage. The one thing that... The reason why I was looking up there, actually, maybe before we go to live stream break, was this. So that when we go to make the attachment, the connection, like, it'll be at a better place for, like, the fairing and the decoupler and everything like that. The node will be in a better place. That gives us 1972 and only 1125 to come down. More liquid fuel to get where we're going. TWR, well, we're coming down only 1.26 at sea level. Actually, at altitude on Kerbin. When did you reset yourself? DUNA. Altitude 29 km. Okay, that was it thought game body DUNA. I think it just said Kerbin, but it still meant DUNA. So another UI error. Again, I'm doing my diligence for them. Where's my route? So it's Delta V mode does not remember planetary body through ship changes. Does not remember. It does not. It does not. Like, it remembers, but does. Delta V mode shows incorrect planetary body through ship changes. Correct DV for DUNA reads Kerbin. That's what I need. Just to remind myself for later when I touch that up. But yeah, I think that's the TWR is making me go, especially for landing 1.26 as we're coming down, sea level 1.25, the lower we get. But we'll also be, you know, leaving a lot of the fuel behind. If I start taking the fuel out, by the time we're down there, it's getting better as we're going. So I think we're okay. And we'll have the assist from the drogues if that's how this thing works. What is this game? Is it some kind of rocket building game? It is some kind of rocket building game, yes, and we're only into the first part of the build. There's our lander. I like it, though. Do you like it? I like it. I definitely like it. Imagine finding out about Kerbal in 2020. Yeah, well, it would be a good time to find out, because you could try this game and then be like, oh, this is cool, and then before you realize how broken a lot of it is and how it's unbalanced and the game part isn't really a game, then, like, KSP 2 would come out in 2021. So you get your fun out of this, not notice how fucked up it is, and then KSP 2 would come out, and hopefully that one won't be as fucked up. It looks very cool. It took me an hour to build that little guy. And this won't look like it's going to be like that once it's there. And I'm already looking at that and going, I could tuck these under here instead of the fuel or along with the fuel. Like, if I could reach up there and pull you out, then we could have the docking port, but the SAS would be more at the center of mass of the ship. Shit, I'll just put new ones on, because those have got the thing in the wrong place. I want the SAS on as close as I can get it to the center of mass. Yes, and then I want the electricity up there too. And then, do I still want 2 of you? Plus the engine. I don't think so. I mean, it's nice to have more fuel, but I don't think so. Pull you out. Just do that. 1841 on the second stage. The more the better, Pawn. I know. I get it. And then you up there. And then where's my clown hat? What did I do with my clown hat? I threw my clown hat away. Aerodynamics back out, and then you're the clown hat that I choose this clown hat. I choose you, clown hat! I'm still making decisions here. Put the SAS down there, but put this down here. Add the fuel back on, because having that fuel is a good idea. Have the extra fuel. It won't stand quite as tall and proud anymore. That's way better. And then the electric can give me just a little bit of spacing here for the 2 of you, like that. I think that's good. And then that will allow me to build the fairing in a more, a less weird way to get it out to there and then come down. Yep. Yep. Save it! And then I'm gonna have to go out to the here so that we can take a live stream break, because I can't turn the music down. Woof. Alright, so yeah, live stream break. When we come back, we move on to the transfer stage, pushing this craft to DUNA and building down from there to our, lifter stage. So we're getting there, We're getting there. We've been here 2.5 hours already. Yeah, but the first hour I didn't build. I was just showing things, and we did the mission with the... So, 1 hour's worth of build. We got ourselves a cute little lander for DUNA. It's the finale. Quit bitching and dig a hole. Quit bitching and dig a fucking... 7-minute live stream break. Don't go anywhere. Grab a snack and join me back here. Pawn not out.
As long as it takes a year after year till I make my escape. I will my goal for as long as I can remember. I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole, I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been
I want to be the very best, like no pawn ever was. To build them is my real test, to fly them is my cause. I will travel across the skies, searching far and wide. Gather science to understand the good that is inside. Rolling Kong, it's you and me, playing career mode in KSP. Ooh, you're my best friends in a world we must defend. That's Kevin, of course so true. Jebediah will pull us through. You'll teach me how this leads you. Ronin born, Ronin born. Every mission along the way, with courage I will face. I will fly them every day, straight into outer space. Come with me, the time is right, our node is drawing near. SAS and thrusters full, draw up the landing gears. Rolling Kong, it's you and me, build it in three-sided symmetry. Ooh, you're my best friends on a channel we must subscribe to. Come on, click it. Oh, the things we'll do, forget our staging and kill the crew. You'll tee-hee Pokemon, we'll sue, and then we'll all explode because of Ronin Bond. Ronin Bond.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're into second beer and second hour, 2.5 hours, and what we've done, in the direction, we've done many things. Many things have been done, but for the past hour, what we have done is built this little lander stage, which still needs a few bits and bobs and ends and odds on it, doesn't it? Minecraft Goat Yay parody for animators. Why, is that something that I made and invited animators to animate for at some point in the past and got like 2 or 3 submissions, not enough to make a whole thing out of? Maybe that's a thing that happened. This is what we built for an hour, and let's bring along the science. You know, just at least the bare basic, the little nothing sciences that we can science without science and, you know, without really bothering to science. We'll have you near the cockpit, you near the exit to the cockpit, the entrance to the exit to the cockpit. Where do you don't look right wherever I put you. That's fine then. Anything else though? I mean, these things, they don't weigh much, but fucking aerodynamics of them not so great as far as I'm aware. Be nice, but it's not going to fit on this little craft. Surface scanning modules and things, that's not the mission for today. Well, I'll tell you that much. And mystery goo, I'd have to bring 2 of them. It is just a pilot landing. If I did bring 2 of them, they would go here, and they wouldn't fit because of that. I got that in 3-sided symmetry. I could bring 3 of them, I suppose. And that's reducing our delta V for the first landing to 1,000. Take it off, and it's 1,100. 1,109, 1,073, so it's not that big of a dip for them. Know that it's entirely necessary. It does make the ship look rather nifty. Another thing that would make it look rather nifty would be if I rotated you down a bit, and then... Oh, did you not... What? That's odd that you move like that. 3, F, F. Ah, you weren't absoluted. Absolute it. And then, with the... up to there, maybe? And then in, maybe? Like so? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, that looks nifty. Done it, though. Kind of. I don't know, I might like it lower. It's fine. It's a step for him to step off the ladder down onto that. Ooh, DUNA. Trying to get on and off a craft. We don't really have ladders. You can grab your way to the top of it. I don't know that I've got any science to buy anything additionally either. You know, you got monoprop and half the gravity and jump a little bit bigger, grab your way to the top of it. It'll work out. What's going on here? This is our lander for DUNA, is what's going on here. I thought Jim was the resident asshole. Oh, well, that too. I don't know what we're talking about. But yeah, so that's that. The other thing that occurred to me during the live stream break was that even though it's not really like... It should have some kind of antenna on it. It's got a pilot. It's not a big deal, but wouldn't it be nice if it had some kind of an antenna? 0.05 for that. It would be nice to have one of those on here. 0.05, and you guys are all... What's the science junior? Or, I mean, the mystery goo. 0.05. 0.05 and 0.05. Well then. Well then. Then it makes more sense to have 4 of these. These are only 0.005 for generating power. F me. Make it so that they don't stand quite as proud. You know I don't like that. And then up into a more well, actually toward the bottom would make more sense for grabbing as much light as possible. But if I could get one of these... They don't really do that, do they? Not really. Oh, and you're merging through. But if I could get one of these into a place... Extend the antenna. And then with one of these on the other side, it would actually balance the weight of the craft. You to there. You really just need to be rotated, actually. Not on snapping. And then one tick out. That's fine. But this, I don't know that I can live with that being like that. I don't think any of us can live with that being like that. Pawn, if you have a good relay set up on your orbiter, you can get away with a lesser antenna on the lander. It's looking like it's gotta be, because I just can't. It doesn't look good. Just one of these, it's gotta be symmetrical. You know, it's gotta be the right weight and everything. I could have two. One for... It would be better with three, because you'd have DUNA landed, you'd have DUNA in atmosphere, you'd have low orbit of DUNA. So we go back to... Oh, he's just so much fun to watch, isn't he? We go back to three-sided symmetry on those parts. You're standing proud again. At a certain point I'm going to get sick of bothering, and then I won't anymore, but I'm not quite there yet. Stand quite as proud, and then just a little nothing-y kind of an antenna. I know, fine. Where do you want it? Just one. And they don't weigh that much. You could just one is all we need. Yeah. Where you had it is fine. One of them like that. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really do much for us, but it's there. And it's making the ship look more like a ship. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Alright. Now it's got comms, it's got science, it's got Delta V. What it needs is something to push it there. Before it breaks off and then goes. We need to get to orbit of DUNA without spending a drop of DV from this craft is what we're operating on. That's the premise. Fuck me. Fuck you. Fuck me. I just realized if we're going to dock with this craft, it would need monoprop. We're going to put the monoprop on the craft that it docks to, and then we'll just put this in orbit and we'll approach it with the other craft. That's how you do that, Pawn. Okay, then. We're going to need the fairing, and we're going to need the decoupler. So, number one, give me a decoupler, which to be, are they by name? They are. The TD-12, the TD-18 would match the size of the fairing that we're going to put on there. So you would be there. I love that you stand that low, too. That's perfect. That is the perfect goddamn position. It's almost like I was thinking about that while I was building it, which of course I wasn't. And then the fairing would come out. He's got to get out everything. Oh, he's got to get those lander legs and all of it. I clicked while you were green, you piece of shit. Green. There you go. And then up. And then from here, all the way, if I took the snapping off, you won't let me go all the way? Will you? Are you sure? 'Cause there's nothing penetrating. Okay, with snapping, if I go a little bit higher, no. Yeah, a little bit higher. You gotta get past the edges of the ball. Snapping. Oop. You want to do it, but you want to do it at a weird place, don't you? Alright, no snapping. Don't worry about it, I'll get it myself. Apparently there. There's the tip of our ship, people. That's what we're driving to DUNA. Looks good all sealed up like that. Looks real good all sealed up like that. Let's lift her up. There's some space to build underneath. Are you bringing a scientist, as Kenneth? No. So this is the only ascent stage. Ascent? I'm not bringing a scientist, it's just a one-man pod, so it's just gonna be Jeb, which is why we've got multiple, you know, of the single-use things on there. And now what we need is the transfer stage that's gonna deliver this thing to orbit of DUNA, and hopefully have a little bit of fuel left on it, so that we can, you know, reattach to it with the docking port, refuel, and then maybe even go home. Would be an idea. We don't have to. Once I land on DUNA, if I'm like, fuck this game, which I probably will be, then I could just fuck this game. It's entirely possible. But if we're going to be able to control that craft, if we're going to be able to control this craft, then we're going to want a probe. And we might as well have the probe on top of the decoupler. You know what? I don't like that. And I've already built a very nice looking fairing there. We'll find a way to get the thing into the thing with the stuff. Maybe put it on the bottom or something, you know, where it transfers to a different kind of a... I don't fucking know at this point. Get off my nuts. Get off my nuts. Like, if I went down to that, then we could put a probe on it. We'll figure it out. We got blazes to 6 things. Do I have a different, like, service bay? I got a service module. What's that? It's big. It does not... Oh, it's got a shroud to it. Oh, yes! Using a part that I've never used before, this will be not appropriate for the probe. Probe won't attach in there, I presume. If I go to you and get my best probe out, which is going to be the hex, there's no place to attach it unless I put on a cubic octagonal strut in the one side that doesn't have a shelf. Which I could do, but then that comes down to balancing weight and shit, which is probably not something I want to be doing. So it's 0.1 ton exclusively. It's specifically 0.1 ton. What about, like, 0.1 tons of monoprop on the other side? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Yeah, we've got a wiener, even. So... give me... you... snapping. Okay, you're dead on the line, like that. You've been embedded, though, in a way that I can't remove, so I'll just do
Come
that.
on, Pawn. This is Kerbal Space Program, not Kerbal needlessly over-design a ship for aesthetics that is only going to crash on takeoff, burn up at DUNA, crash on DUNA, crash, leaving DUNA or burn up in Kerburn Atmos. Launch already, lol.
Sorry? I missed that. What were you saying? Can I do that? I can do that. Which side does it say hex on, though? Is gonna be my next question. It's the correct side. The hex has its own reaction wheels. We will have to turn those off. Because it won't be centrifugal if I did this. And it is. It's in the title. Toggle torque. Disabled. So no torque provided from that. And you... I should have done this in two-sided symmetry. And then they'd be perfect. You get. You utter get. Over-design the craft is the name of the game here. It's right in there. Kerbal over-design the craft space program. I can't actually reach the... I can get it there. And then with snapping, chew right in the spot. No, you fucking... with the two-sided symmetry you get. Yes. Oh, but it's two-sided now because you put that... so pull this off. Can I go one-sided and put you on? I can. Thank you. And then you... there. No, you fucking cocksucker. I pressed the fucking 2 button, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. And then pull you down. Oh, I like it. You sitting right there, and then you sit in the other place. You're kind of penetrating a little bit. Can I put you on an F? You're already on an F. You won't move. Alright, so if I close this up, reshroud it, it is penetrating. God fucking cocksucker, motherfucker, damn shit in the balls. No, I don't want to pull that up, because that will change everything. Can I get underneath you and still touch this thing in the 1 pixel of space? I can't. Well, fuck me. Give me you. Now, fuck me. Everything's fucked. Pull you back up. Thank you. And then you. Just snapping. Be back as much as I can get you. It's still gonna penetrate out. You can go back further. At least on this side. If I spin the thing in order to find like a better way for it to go in, that's gonna fuck us over. See, it's penetrating over there now. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, and you didn't do fucking two-sided with the symmetries! No, I need you on. Two-sided symmetry. You're penetrating. I like this. I like this ID. And now, if I were to reshroud, it's covered, doesn't show, pull you off, put you back on with one-sided symmetry. Okay, I guess I threw the fuel tank away. Get me the 0.1 tons onto there. And then, for the sake of being able to edit this in future if it is needed, don't fucking embed it completely, so that you can reach and grab the thing that's underneath it. There you go. Good enough. Good enough for government work. Okay. So that is evenly balanced on those angles anyway. Anything else that we could shove in that's 0.1 in all the other places? We could actually put more monoprop on. We have 60 monoprop on this thing, and that would put 0.1 in all of the little bays. It'd be fucking neat, man. It'd be fucking neat. Got back late. What did I miss? Almost nothing. Other than me futzing around with over-designing the ship as usual. What are you? You're 0.025. Show me by mass, please. 0.1 ton for you, 0.1 ton for you, 0.275, 0.225. So it's not going to be fuel if we were to stick anything else in there. I'm curious. I'm just looking. Robot arm tucked into one of them. For what purpose? For the docking port? Docking port could be like that. I think we'll be okay. Maybe we'll be okay without that. I'm not going to worry about it for now. I'm going to build down from here. But we've got the probe on. We've got a little bit of monoprop. The more monoprop you bring, the more waste it basically is. Let's drop the... Give me it by name. And put some fuel on the transfer stage. I don't know, like... That seems like that'd be too much. Fuel on this transfer stage, if it was like that, you're pushing all that weight, my friend. What's the weight of this before I put the fuel on? 6.6 tons. Let's start here and see what we've got in terms of delta V. So give me an engine. What engine would I use for the transfer stage? I think I'd want to actually bring the Terrier if I could. 301 meters per second at delta V. We need that delta V to be at Kerbin and sea level. And it's not sea level, it's in vacuum. That's 1,222 meters per second. What we need for the transfer and circularization of DUNA is 130, 250, 360. It's not a lot if another stage pushes that to orbit. 950 plus 130 plus 250 plus 360. So it's 1,080 plus 200 is 1,280 plus 50 is 1,330. 1390, 1690, so it's 17, 18, let's say 1800 at least is what we want on here to get us there. And we're at 12 with that. So, that's 1500. Okay. Let's go straight up to the big guy. Hate to be pushing the big guy all the way. But there's the big... Gonna need that engine too. There's the big guy. And that's 2,408, so no. Alright, so we'll mesh it all together. Boom boom. Boom boom. Just to make it look nice. And that's 2,000. 2,000 would be good, because that would leave us with extra once we're there. And then we'd have something to suck out when we're trying to refuel the lander. Construct the craft in orbit of Kerbin. I'll get right on that. Hell are you talking about? If I added that on, then it's 2,195 meters per second at Delta V. That's more. It's a fair bit more, and if I put you down to this one, no, 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 this one, no. I guess that's the best looking one for that. We might change how these look, but that is a transfer stage. What we could stock up in here is that this needs to be the good comms. It needs to have the good comms in here. Relay. Fuck. You're not gonna fit. You're not gonna fit in any of these areas. Ugh. I swear to God, I don't. Oh, okay, there's. I'm like, is there one fucking position where this works? See, it wouldn't. Damn, I really liked the idea of using that too. But we need the big relay antennas to communicate back. I mean, we don't need them. It'd be nice to have them. Transfer station needs best comms, battery, solar, yeah. The solar could be in here, but like, the comms... I guess it could be on the tip of the ship underneath the decoupler for the main stage. Because what we could do, that I haven't done in a long time, is I could turn on interstage nodes on the fairing. And then pull you down like that. And then there's space here to tuck things, which would make this kind of stupid and just unnecessary. So all that work that I just did with over-designing it, it becomes kind of stupid and unnecessary. And it sucks that it's stupid and unnecessary, but if I do that, then I have this, then we could have the probe there, we could have the monoprop here, we could have the comms coming off, you know, one of these from underneath, like so. Is a little bit still like right there up our ass kind of a thing. You want to leave a trail of satellites for the relay like breadcrumbs. It's not going to happen. So, no. It's got a pilot on it. This is kind of just, why not be nice about it, I guess, is my best excuse for why I'm going to all this trouble. I'd like that to be taller and for you guys to be closer to the top. I could actually do this upside down. Don't want to change the orientation of the hex, though. Right, to do that, you get another interstage thing, but I need you guys to... Oh, well, I could do that then, couldn't I? I need something in the middle of that interstage. I don't think we've got anything skinny and structural. Skinny, tall, and structural. But what we have used for this in the past is the... We're still sorting by mass, so it should be right there. The liquid fuel fuselage. It's a little bit too tall. Huh. Well then maybe... Maybe the octagonal strut. How much do you weigh? 0.001, 0.001. really need to be all that, but it will look nicer if it is all that, and then I put you guys onto like that. Can't actually see what's going on. Then you penetrate there. Fuck me. I wanted to have you guys higher anyway. So really, this would be down here. And then I could just build up a bit from there. Do I have nothing skinnier that I could just build off of that's a bit taller? Modular girder segment is too big and too heavy for that to really be a solution. Well, just use the cubic octagonals. That's what they're here for. They're here to be used, Pawn. Maybe. Nope. Attached to there. I have one more to make it look like a complete thing. And then you guys come off of there. Attached like so. How about if that were on top of there? Would that give me enough space to have this? And by the way, fuck off! Getting in my view. That. And then down. And then you on top. Not attached to that top bit. I want you attached to this bit. There is just enough space for that to all be what it be. If I lower you a bit more... looks a bit righter. And then you... It's not bad. It just ain't quite right either. But it's not bad. You out, and then sort of wedge you between the two, then it looks like it's actually attached to those, which doesn't quite do it for me. I mean, I could just spin them. Yeah, you could just spin them. Oh, that looks good. That looks good by my standards. Two of those, and then we'd also need, you know, good electrical generation, for which I think I'm going to want the 1x6s. These things, they don't go away. Do they go away? I don't think they go away once you detach this kind of a thing. So they'll be in the way. Visually speaking, these probably just have to be on the sides of the craft Pawn. Now, they're not going to have that much impact on how this all ends up working anyway. When I extend you... you're on that side. No, I want you that way. Yeah. So there's a couple of those. It'd be good if there were more. It needs a decent whack of electrical as well, which can be wedged in underneath here. Making this look even more, you know, lovely little service utility kind of a bay. That is 800 electrical charge for that. More's always better, but I'm okay with 800. I mean, it's going to be retransmitting things, though, quite a bit on. Alright, if that's the case, just go 4 times symmetry. Will you guys, how do you merge with each other? Well, you merge very nicely with each other at 4 times symmetry, and you pack right underneath those. So that brings us up to 1600 on the electrical resources on board the ship. 2 solar panels seems a little bit underbuilt for this sort of a thing. Were I to put you guys like that and just have you sort of mirroring each other. Yeah. Do you have enough science to unlock any more tiers? I don't think I do. Oops, didn't mean for that. I just wanted 2-sided symmetry there. I don't think I do. I'm not entirely certain, but I don't believe that to be the case. It's something that we could look at. And then having 2 docking ports either side of the craft. You know, I'm adding drag. I recognize that I'm adding drag, but how much drag am I really adding?
Yeah, how much?
A bit. Definitely a bit. But that would allow, you know, this guy to, once that's gone, be able to actually dock up and get in excess of, or, you know, more fuel from it. Go ahead and delete that fairing. It's going to have to be rebuilt. We're looking at 2,230 meters per second of delta V in this stage, and that's not bad. That's not bad for what we're doing here. You're adding all the drags as the light guy 89. Well, where the hell else am I going to put it, you know? Where the hell else am I going to put it? I wonder, can you attach to those invisible parts? No, you can't. I could build a robot arm that extends them. I've been doing that more and more lately, but it's honestly not a great idea. It's honestly kind of not a great idea. I feel like that's the way that you'd want. You'd approach it from that angle. Yeah. It's alright. You're adding more than the gay bar I go to has Pawn in terms of drag. Epic joke, Pony. Thanks, Pony, says Pony. Are we looking at this is in vacuum, 2,230 meters per second. Okay. That is a lot. It does transfer us to DUNA. I would like to see quickly, like we said about 1,800 to transfer to DUNA from orbit. If I were to just reduce down to that, 1763, very close. But it doesn't bring anything extra for the idea of a potential return trip home, whereas this does. It's just, it's a lot to push to orbit now. We're already at 15 tons, and we've got to push that to orbit with a lifting stage. But it is a mission to DUNA, you know? So, and God, I love how fucking over-designed it is. I mean, look at that. It's over-designed as shit. How do you not love the incredible, stupid excess of design in there? Pretty cool, right? Just a little technical detail. Having the solar panels offset will reduce your chances of getting stuck without sunshine. Yeah, but it wouldn't look as cool when it's deployed. And this keeps the docking ports clear. It looks like a futuristic bullet. And it shoots out, and then it starts using its own vectoring. It's a baby bullet. It targets a baby. Have you seen that on YouTube? Because if you haven't, that just sounds wrong. Fawn, I love how busy and over-designed this looks. Don't worry, you're doing great. Thank you. We're all counting on you. It's a DARPA round. But I don't know what I just clicked on there, but I didn't like the fact that it said 2. Okay, it's the fairing. Alright, we won't fuck with the fairing until we're ready to launch it. Let's say that that's our transfer stage. Is there anything else it needs? Well, you've got RCS on it, Pawn. And that means that, yes, what it needs is, you know, the ability to actually use the fucking monoprop that you put on it. So let's do that. And then from above here, we rip you off. Because that's where you'll detach from. And then this will be left. Okay. And the center of mass is right on the fucking docking port, which would be cool if it wasn't right on the docking port, because that's where I want to put my monoprop thrusters. If I put 2 of them on these sides, we get rotation, we get forward and backwards. If I use these kind instead of what I usually use, which is just 2 of these, dead on the middle. And it'll change a little bit as time goes on. But yeah, if I did that, that gives us all of the directions except for these. So if I just embed you guys as well, just to put you guys there, pull you out, way out, and down, and then back in, and drop the center of mass so I can see what it looks like. Get them on both sides, we do. Drop that overlay too so I can actually see what it looks like. Yeah. That gets her done. That gives us rotation and translation in all of the directions. Yes. And with equal velocity in all directions as well, because these ones are half the power as these ones. So to have one of them pushing in one direction where you always have two of them operating in tandem for every other direction, it's, you know, it's perfect. It's perfect. So that's that. That's the monoprop. We're only bringing a little bit of monoprop. Maybe we should bring more. But I can't, no, because every time I bring more monoprop, I'm going, God damn it, why did I bring so much monoprop? That's just Delta V I left in fucking space. Do you use sub-assemblies? That way you can save a design in case you want to play with it, but still want the original. I haven't used them since we started playing KSP again, no. And it would make my life easier, but in the midst of a design, especially since we've done most of this on live streams, it always feels weird to think, let me just stop for a minute and build a sub-assembly out of this. I should, though. Save us more time later. It's going to be so funny watching Pawn explode shortly after this craft. He spent so much time on does. It looks cool. It's relatively aerodynamically sound. Fairing's going to cover most of this shit. So basically, this has aerodynamics and then nothing below until you get to here, and then here's the aerodynamics. The difficulty of pushing this much weight to space is the only thing that's sort of left on it. So we got monoprop, we got electrical, we got comms. I feel strongly as though we should double up on the comms and also give it these guys. If I have space for it, I should also give it these guys for... These are relay satellites. If this gets used to try and transmit science back, then they're not going to actually help us, you know? Looking for a good place to put them, really. We've already looked at this before. It doesn't fit on you. I prefer to not have them basically anywhere. To have them where... Well, you'll have a button where you can deploy and undeploy them for when we're docking. Yeah, because I'll do an action group for that. So having them here is not a bad idea if they're... Let's have them up here, and then if I... Is this the flippy ones that'll be upright in the other direction? Yes, it is. I think that's how I'd want that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, okay. Is it time to build the fairing? Not until you're done, Pawn. Save the craft in case the game spontaneously, you know, explodes. We need to reroute at the thing that will actually be controlling it so that the game doesn't keep fucking up with the fairings and whatnot. There is no fairing built there yet, so don't worry about it, but if we... So, what's the deal here? We're not going to be dropping those. I need this to be built enough that I can see what the fuck's going on. So you would be pushing everything for 2,185 meters per second. Which is, we wanted 1,800 to get there, and this is more than that, so yes. And then you guys we'd actually fire these two at the same time, and then you guys would break off when we're coming home. And then that would be if we were really coming home. The drogues would also end up getting used on their own stage. I shouldn't be making these stages, but I just want to see if my plan is making the slightest bit of sense yet. The fairing would break off on its own once we're in space. It would actually break off before we got there. Yeah. So that is, I believe, appropriate Delta V. We push all the way with that, and then we break off and try to land with you. We use the drogues while we're using the rest of that 1,000 meters per second of Delta V in DUNA's atmosphere, and then once we've landed and we're coming home, we drop those and go up. That's how that works. If anything goes wrong, Pawn will just claim Jeb took a vacation. Alright, so that seems to be correct. Save that, and now we need to actually push this to orbit somehow. Good fucking luck. So, in terms of decoupling, I'm gonna go again with the bigger decoupler, sort them by name, which would be the 18. If I decouple from here with the 18, and then I give us another fairing, I don't want to fuck around with the aerodynamics of this ship. I want it to actually work, or I want to at least know that I have done everything that I can to make it work. So you know, a fairing to cover this stage up to there. Yes, and then because of that, this engine does not need its own shroud, so it won't have its own shroud. We've got a couple of different variants of the engine. Let's go with that one. I like that look. So, yeah. Can I actually re-edit this? Re-edit the fairing, please. Edit. How little can I actually adjust this fairing? Like, in terms of popping it out. If there's no snapping, the minimum amount that I can come out is like that. And I can come straight up with the snapping to... Well, you look like shit when I let you do the snapping. Can I fix it? Can I make it better? No? You're just always gonna look like shit? Alright, well then use the snapping, close the fairing. It's gonna be good enough. Alright? So from there, we should probably go out to the big ones, the 2.5 meter tanks, and then come down with a huge fucking 2.5 meter tank. And I will start by throwing on the skipper and seeing what we got there. That fairing is going to be in the fairings group. You would be in this group. So that's 2,198 meters per second. We want to know what that delta V is at Kerbin at sea level. It's 1,900. And make sure that this Kerbin actually is Kerbin. Go to the moon, go back to Kerbin. Thank you. TWR of 1.52 with 2,100. That's not a bad start, actually. That leaves me wanting about 1,000 delta V from solid rocket stage. Came to you support just came from Apollo Legend. Oh, welcome, Shadow Stalker, and thank you. Not playing Kerbal today, but we will be back to it in, I believe, the live stream after this, presuming we get this done today, to do Twitch % speedrun. Because we've unlocked it. It doesn't look like it, but we unlocked it a while ago, so all the subs have... We unlocked it, we got up to like 180 something, and then the subs went, it's 30 days, and then they go, so we're... Don't worry about it. There's another... As soon as we clear this challenge that we're on right now, that'll get reset. 2198, though, with a 1.52 is all well and good. I'd like to be sure that this actually gets up there, so if I put a little bit more on, 2434, yeah, and then give me like the 1,000 delta V from SRBs is my plan on this rocket ship. On this rocket ship. So we're gonna want decouplers, and we want the tall standing radials. Don't know how many we're gonna need yet. SRBs, solid rocket boosters. We haven't used the Pollux yet, and actually on this craft we might be pushing. No, we're not even near the mass limit. We built a craft that was near the mass limit recently. That's 1120 with just those two. What's the TWR on just those two pushing it? 1.42. This is actually relatively efficient for what you're sort of able to do in the game. I'm assuming that I want these to be taller because the ship is so fucking long, you know? Trying to keep this thing from toppling going to be a bit of an issue, I would think. Are those actually touching? They're touching. I'm okay with that then. Yeah. Jesus, that just kind of came together, didn't it? Let's put the nose cones on the top of this. Mass. God, these weigh so much more. They're double the weight. They'll be burning for a while. Maybe it's worth it. It costs 2 meters per second at delta V at sea level. That's still in vacuum. I swear to God, I put you at fucking sea level. You switch back on your own. 2130 plus 991 is what we're getting at sea level, and it's 1.26 and 1.2. That's actually not bad either. I could fly with that. It's only 3,000 meters per second at delta V, which means we don't actually push the whole transfer stage to orbit. But at altitude, once we're up to, let's say, 11K where we drop those SRBs around Kerbin, we actually have 2391, almost 2400 in this stage. And then sea level 991, so it's 1000 plus 2400. It's really fucking close, but that would be the ideal flight. You know, without drag and reality getting in the way and stuff like that. I'd like there to be more on it. The TWR being as low as it is, it's a little bit low even for the SRBs to be pushing off the pad at 1.26. I'd like them to start at 1.3 or something. They're gonna burn a long fucking time, so it doesn't hurt us that much. 2 smaller boosters, 2 attached. I could get on board for that. We've got these tiny little sons of bitches. Little mites, they call them, that I haven't used at all yet. And if those were like attached to the outside of these, just to get us like the extra kick going, what's the TWR, you know, improved if these all fire at the same time? It's one thrust to weight ratio on those little things. Okay. If we had 2 of these, and we would drop them as well, I suppose. But if you were firing alongside, and then 1.56 to start. Now that's excessive. You drop those when this happens. How much delta V did it give us? From 991 to... God damn it. 1063, extra 70. It's not bad. It's not a bad deal. It gets better if I actually drop them as we go. And I could do these from down here instead. So that it doesn't add to the weird kick and everything of those ones. Add the aerodynamics. You guys aren't going to be on long, so fuck it. We'll use the cheap ones. You need to break off... Yeah, actually in your own stage, because you'll be out soon. You'll be out early. 403 when we fire everything together, and then we break those off for 674 more, so it's over 1,000, and then it's 2,130 off of that. The TWR at 1.56 is more than I would want. I suppose I'd just thrust limit these. Give me longer burning them. That gets us down to 1.34. It's 1.37. 1.36. 1.35. Still 1.36. 1.34. No, 1.35 there. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. I could deal with that. Okay, for stability's sake, one, we need these to be... Oof, that doesn't work, does it? The way that they kick off does not work. I'm just curious whether or not these nose cones... What's the difference? Nothing? So if it were these nose cones... that would help. The drag would... and it would push them away from the ship. There's not a good attachment point any point up from here. Is where I'm like, oh shit, kind of thing. But if... If you're like that, these guys have to come down further because the way that they're going to be thrown off of the ship is going to make them want to come back at us. So at least if they're thrown out in the middle, like that, then the aerodynamics should strip these. It should peel them away from the ship under the force of drag on the tips of their nose cone. Would be the idea with that. These ones, not really a concern. They're just going to fall right off the ship. But, you know, here you go. You drop those. Drop those as we fire up the liquid fuel, which will be at 1.2. That's A-OK by me. And then that. What we're going to need here is a lot of control authority that we don't have. currently. And we're gonna need that also for this. So, center of mass on this ship being there. If I put the control authority, if I put the stabilizers, the reaction wheels up here, don't quite fit, do they? God, and we took so much time over-designing that. Whatever shall we do? Suppose what I could do is like this. If I detach you from below there, no. If I detach, I need you actually, so I detach this from here. And then I pull you off. And then I replace that decoupler with a regular sized decoupler. And then I put this on here. And then I reattach you to there. And don't worry about the fairing yet. Then that means that we keep everything up to there is part of this stage. And it's got a nice chunky reaction wheel at a place that is, you know, near the tip of the ship that will help us with the electrical control authority as we ascend. We're gonna probably want fins on this thing too to try and hold it from the rear end. Mainsail's got a lot of gimbaling authority, but we won't be using it until we're off of the SRBs. So yeah, fins would be a decent idea, Mr. Pawn. And that will give us our control. Our turn on this ship is going to happen from the tip of it, which kind of sucks. I'd love it to be more here, but it's different sizes of parts, and we don't have the big one, right? Yeah, we don't have the big inline stabilizer yet. You could also use Separatrons to get rid of the SRBs. How? I know we could Separatron from here, but I'd rather carry the weight of that thing around forever than have trash in orbit of DUNA. I'm weird like that. I'd rather carry it around forever than leave that trash, but Separatrons for these little SRBs, like, we need them along with these firing at the same time, so I don't get it. Is that the ship, though? Is that the ship? Look at all the fucking staging over there. My god. 820, so we fire all the SRBs at once for 1.35 TWR. When we break those off, we're up to a 1.86 near the end of our thrust. That's fine, we'll be very high and very fast. And then we switch over to the liquid fuel while we drop those off. Once we're in space, we drop the all of the fairings. And then we would drop the lower stage once we're parked in orbit and switch over to you. You would transfer us to where we're going. And then once we are where we're going, we would drop this as well. You jump off. We'd be descending, so we would fire the drogues, which is what those are. Once we're landed, we would drop these to come back, and then once we're home, we would not do that at the same time. We would not do that at the same time. Oh my god, the number of fucking stages is off the screen, people. It's off the charts. You could start the mainsail from the start and throttle down so you have gimbal if the excrements meet the ventilator. I mean, if the fit hits the shan? Big question becomes when to leave for DUNA. Oh god. I don't want to deal with that. I built the craft, isn't that enough? Like, theoretically, this is sound, just kind of. That's where we stand. We don't have to worry about the rest of it, you know? Actually going out and doing it in a game that doesn't provide you any way to know how you're supposed to do it. No. You said fin spawn. Before you go doing that, you said, wouldn't it be nice to have some control authority while we're in atmosphere from this ship? And that's going to be the AV, these guys. And we're going to have them in this kind of four-sided symmetry, because there just ain't room for them in another way. Bottom of the ship, a little bit extra control authority for us. Delta V still adding up to over 1,000 on the SRBs and 2,100 on the liquid fuel. You know, we should be able to get to orbit on that. Where we're gonna hold the ship is anyone's guess, really. I'll hold it from here on the SRBs. My God. You know, the amount of strutting that really could take place here would be like another couple hours of work. Let's at least try to strut some of the weak points from Hugh to Hugh. I can't see. Hugh. Mew up to here somewhere. Do I care about this side of the ship? Yes, I do. This is the part that ends up looking like something. So, from you to, like, there. No, you gotta be under. You gotta be under. But that's fine. We will just... Nope. You. No snapping. Down. It's just straight up and downish. And then, with the snapping, on absolute. Snap it to somewhere. And then I'll drag it in. Like that. Straight up and down, a little bit more, thank you, and then on absolute with rotation. I swear I'm dragging you. Something like that. Good enough. There's a couple of struts between those 2 points. This is all, like, held the way it should be. This, however, is another place where God wouldn't a strut or two be lovely. I would like to just get away with 2 of them. Don't know if that's a thing I can do, but it's, as I say, I would like to. Be my preference there. Right up to the middle of the 2 of you. Den D with a subscription for 19 months. Pawn for president, and then all of the pawns. Thank you so much, Den D. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. See, give me that. Yeah, put me on, like, it's absolute. Did you do that right? No, give me the absolute snapping, thank you. And then from here, go ahead and snap it again. And then I'll handle it from there. Yeah. Okay, so there's a little bit of strutting going on. Not a lot. What are you gonna do? I should strut the SRBs as well. Definitely strut the SRBs, pawn. So, snapping again to you, and then if I could get on the inside of the SRBs, actually snap you to, you're in the wrong place. You are definitely in the wrong place. Give me these again. I presume that is the correct place. Here. Okay. That'll hold the SRBs, you know, at the top and then at the middle. And yeah, we're strutted. So it's time for fairings, is what I have to say. If everybody else thinks it's time for fairings, then it's time for fairings. You are going to need to fire, we're going to do the thing everybody's been telling me to do. We're going to fire the SRBs before we release the launch clamps because of the 1.34 TWR that we have on that. But let's build the fairings. I love how Pawn thinks he's funny every time he says Big Dick Club. I can't stop. It's because it's so stupid. Because it's so stupid. It's not because it's funny. It's because I can't believe I'm still saying this. I can't come up with anything better. God, what's wrong with me? You could limit the big booster a bit and throttle the small booster up to lower TWR and high atmo. That's a good call, actually, little magnets. More kick off the pad, less long-running speed. That is a very good call. We should do that. Build the fairing. I also need to do groups, action groups for this. Now, the last time I did this, I made it just as wee as the game would allow me to do it. Please let me make it look good too, though. All right. Well, that's as good as it's gonna look. That's fine. Yeah, that's very fine. Okay, we'll come back to making the ship look good later. So there's fairing number 1, fairing number 2. Yeah, you go up and then come out is what I would do with this, so that we're not wasting the weight of extra fairing. And up, like there, and then no snapping. That's pretty good. Oh, shit. What are you? Oh, you're the front of the ship. You know what? Looks good to me. Looks good to me. You know? Looks cool. I'm gonna go with it. So long as that doesn't fuck up with, you know, fuck up our aerodynamics. But I mean, it does look cool, and that counts. It actually looks decent, doesn't it? It's totally intentional. That was my plan from all along. But yeah, so if we go back up to like full TWR on these guys, so that's 1.54 to get started, and then if I thrust limit from here, let's see what we end up with. We might want to balance them instead of just being all one-sided like this. But 135 to 1.18, yeah, let's balance them a little bit. So you guys take a little bit off, you run a little bit longer, down to something, and then you, can I have both of you up at one? No, you can't. Alright, it's fine. Sometimes I do the solid fuel instead of the thrust, and then it's not good. So, up to here. That's 1.35 on both sides. That's good. That's perfect. Boom. Nailed it. Boom, nailed it. Noom bailed it. What I did. So, save that craft. Very fun. Pawn complains about it a lot, but he's played it for years and he only complains because he cares. Also because I get very frustrated. That's the other reason. And I don't have control over my emotions. And there are bodies buried in the backyard. That's the other one. Alright, so action groups. Fuck me.
In the time it's taken Pawn to make this, Houston has drunk 396 cups of high caffeine Brazilian dry roast and is currently able to see through time.
Well, then you can tell me when we're on the pad how this goes in the coming future. So deploying solar panels was actually, that was 8. 8 is solar panel thing for us. So toggle solar panels there, toggle solar panels there. We don't need to toggle anything up there. So 8 is just for those. 9 was for comms. So 9 will deploy these antennas. I don't think we have any other antennas that need deployed. We put this little piece of shit up there that's not really useful for anything. It's got a pilot on it, don't worry about it. Is that really it? Yeah, it's not that complicated of a craft, my friend. Isn't it? No, I mean, the way that it functions? No, it's fine. What? What do you mean? Oh, wait. I see that now. Yeah, I see how that penetrates. It cannot be. It cannot be, friends. Re-edit. Re-edit the fairing. It looked good on the one side, but no. No, sir. Pull it down by 1 with snapping. We just go up a little bit higher is all. We got snapping on. Snapping is on. Straight up. And then in. Please put it in a place where it looks good. Doesn't look like it's a texture tearing mess. You know you can do it, game. I know you can do it. You know you can do it. We all know that it's doable. Alright, I guess it's gonna be a texture tearing mess game. It'll be gone soon enough anyway. Alright. It's fine. It's our insignia of it's a broken Kerbal heart. The heart is very circular in a Kerbal. This is the broken heart finale. That's what it needs to be.
Make sure there are crew on board before takeoff. Maybe a raffle to name a Kerbal to go to DUNA.
The Broken Heart Mark 1. I don't think I can do that. It would be a great idea for just the marketing, rewarding the people and everything, but I don't have... I would need a Kerbal who has the qualities that I require of... Yeah, fuck it, I could do that. I've got the ability to, like, edit Kerbal's qualities, so I could give them... If I can, with the mods I've got, I could hire a pilot, and assign them with the skill level that Jeb has, and then name the pilot after one of you. If it allows me to change the level of the pilot, hell yeah. What, no flag on the outside? Don't use flags, the light guy. I discovered flags have very serious aerodynamics to them, and were probably the reason why some of our larger craft didn't fly and just kept flipping over, and I had to put incredible amounts of control authority on them. Flags in 1.10, apparently, I haven't looked it up, but I had the experience myself the other day. I put a .675 flag on a little ship at a spot that I thought was cute, and it was a spot that was like, it was one of those fuel tanks that's got a 45-degree angle at it. For 45 minutes to an hour, craft kept turning down to the north and flipping itself as we went under SRB power. I put extra control authority at the tip, I did this, I did that, I ripped everything off the craft, couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, on a lark, I pulled the little flag off of it, and it finally went up. And it still turns just slightly down to the north as it's going, but it doesn't flip anymore. So maybe there's another flag that maybe there's something else that's pulling down to the north, but the difference between it actually flipping or going fine and having a beautiful, beautiful actual flight on that craft was a .675 sticker that you put on the side of a ship. Are we ready to go? I mean, when you spend this long building a ship, you spend like an extra hour after build just looking at it saying, are we ready to go? Is this right? Are we ready? What about, is readiness a thing that we have that's happening to us right now? Are we ready? We've got monoprop on this stage. We've got the control authority for it so that we can control it. We've got comms. God help us with trying to actually have communications back to Kerbin, however. You know, good fucking luck with that at DUNA, but maybe. Yeah. I think it's ready. Gotta let the pilot empty their bladder before they leave. Exactly. We need a live stream break, and we also need to select ourselves a pilot. I'm gonna save this as the Broken Heart Mark 1. I'm going to reopen what we've been working on, and I'm going to delete the finale, because it's the same ship now. Delete the finale. We got the Broken Heart here. Exit, leave the facility. Hello, dirty ads! Velkomen, wait a second. Are you going to start saying things in chat? Are you going to start advertising things? Are they dirty? It's going to be like some kind of sex toy thing. What are we doing? What are you selling, actually? What kind of sex toys do you have? I'm a discerning customer, and I know what I'm willing to pay. Can I, with my tools that I've got here, the crew manifest stuff, ship manifest roster, can I, if I were to edit, say, what do we got? We got Pika-Pup here, Pika-Pup. If I were to edit Pika-Pup, can I change your level? I cannot change the level. Can I? Scientist, tourist, pilot, engineer, vintage, future, female, male, courage, stupidity, badass, veteran. I can't change the level that you have. Can I edit Jebediah Kerman and change his name? That was never a thing that you could do before. You couldn't change Jeb's name because he was Jeb. They were special. Jeb and Bob and Bill and Val were special, and you couldn't just change your name. But I can apparently change Jebediah's name. we now have a Ronin Pawn Kerman, who is a skill level 2 pilot. I can change Jeb to be what I want him to be. So that's how we do this. That's how we do this. Who wants to become Jebediah Kerman is what's going on. Raffle open, infuse Jeb with soul. Pick me! I have been using Kenneth Online since around 1996, so it really ticks me off when someone gets to it before I do. Is the bot going to work? Infuse Jeb with soul has been opened. Make sure and get all your tickets. You see how to do it and chat from other people doing it. Tickets buy, and 20 is the maximum, so try and buy 20. If you don't have enough points to buy 20, then, yell at Kenneth that we need points, and he'll make it rain points on everybody. I think the system is working again. Noah claims to have worked out the bugs, I believe. So, yeah, we're going to take a live stream break. When we come back, we select someone to name Jebediah Kerman, and then we put them in this massively designed craft and watch as Kerbal Space Program finds new and interesting ways in order to kill me for what I believe to be no reason, even though there will be a reason. People will come and defend it, and I'll be like, but the design of the thing, I'll be like, but it's supposed to be, it's science. I'll be like, you fucking motherfucker. 7-minute live stream break, don't go anywhere, Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Back to some Kerbal Space Program, everybody. And I see Rex is here. Hello, Rex. Welcome to chat. Boom. We are ready to launch. We spent 2 hours? 350. 2 hours, 20 minutes or so building a craft. Let's put it on the pad and see how she explodes. Because that's usually what happens. Thieves, I tell you, thieves. Noah's secretly getting them all and is going to buy a hamburger with them. Noah's stealing all of our points. Apparently the raffle system is not working yet. We're going to transfer the bot over to Amazon's AWS to S3. Well, not S3 hosting because it's more of a server kind of thing. But we're going to transfer it over to Amazon. When we do, you know, there will be an effort made. We'll see. Time being what it is. But to try and get the bot running in new ways and managing its databases without just text files and things. List of users and whatnot, so it should repair itself. But apparently we're just going to use random viewer for this raffle roll to find out who's going to embody Jebediah Kerman, because I need all the piloting skills that I can get for this ship to DUNA, and I want Jeb's skill, and apparently I can't just give skill to another Kerbal, so you're about to become Jebediah, which may indeed break the game and the save, and then we'll just have to do this for another 13 episodes in order to catch them now. It's over. But we're going to find out who's going to become that Kerbal right now. So I've just renamed Jebediah to Ronan Pawn Kerman to test that I can actually rename Jeb. It seems to be the way of things. That being the case, raffle, don't worry about it. Random viewer, the individual in chat. Hang on, this is Jeb. Jeb needs a fucking drum roll. The individual in chat who has just become Jebediah Kerman, and therefore I like them better, is Toxic Yogurt. You have just become Jebediah Kerman. Is that a good name for going to orbit with? Going to do Toxic Yogurt. In fact, you mind if it's Toxic Yogurt Kerman? Toxic Yogurt Kerman. Apply it. You have just embodied, you've just taken over the soul of Jebediah Kerman, and you go into DUNA, or not. Entirely possible you just die here. But you'll be flying the Broken Heart, Mark 1, which also is just we're getting all of the bad juju out on the pad. Up front. Oh, I could have used some more launch clamps on this. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Probably only costs me 100 and some thousand Kerbits. I didn't even look at how much Kerbucks it cost me to launch this. I'm going to DUNA with one Kerbal. Yep. I didn't want to build, like, it took me 2 hours, 20 minutes to build this. I want to build bigger. I didn't want to build more. I can actually replace that cockpit with the 2-man for a cost of like another 0.7 tons or something, so it's not that hard to update it. Just have to add more Delta V and everything. But fucking look at the staging. It goes up and off screen for this ship. And the frame rate just loves him. He's sitting on the pad just fine. We didn't need more than those 2 launch clamps. Okay, so SAS on, throttle to full, F5. Because if this blows up, I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know. It's obviously real. The hair is real.
Are we there yet?
Nearly. Houston, could we get a countdown? I've been drinking 156 cups of hard black Venezuelan Java. I can't even. I'm really twitchy right now. Yes, I heard. Can you see into the future? I can indeed. How's this, launch going to go then? Like all the rest. In 3, 2, 1, fire! Fire again! Fire quickly! There you go. And we're off and away at not a lot of TWR. At 1.4, actually. No, it's fine. It's just that the frame rate's so slow. But we're actually going up quite quickly. You just don't know any better. I'm going to watch carefully these.
Ronan on.
Piece of scabies with the 3, 2, 1, and we're off and away. I'm going to watch carefully these because when they're out, we're going to drop them. Also, this being a very heavy craft, SRB control with just a couple of fins on it. Not going to touch it. Keep your eye over here for pitch, roll, and yaw. If the SAS has to start doing things with it, that's a bad sign. Next thing that's going to happen in this staging is that we're going to drop these guys off, but carry on these thrusters alone. So that's going to happen in about 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. We dropped that stage. Goodbye to those little thrusters. See you later. And we carry on, going upward with another reduction of TWR. Yeah, I don't actually need to see them there. They're about to hit the surface of Kerbin and explode. Significant reduction of TWR, but we have just under half the solid fuel left in these, and we're up to 200 and some meters per second, a very controllable speed. SAS is handling just slight adjustments to roll, yaw, and pitch for us, so it's looking good so far. 6 kilometers we're coming up on now with 320 meters per second of delta V left in the tanks. It's not bad. It's not bad. We're getting kind of fast in the low atmosphere, but not really bad. We are going in the wrong direction. SAS really hasn't handled the keep us top dead center thing. Great, we're heading west instead of east, but I'm not going to worry about it until we switch over to the liquid fuel, which is happening very, very soon now, down to 100 meters per second of delta V in the solid fuel. It's flying. Who thought that would happen? And we've made it up to 11 and some kilometers. Looks like 12 kilometers on SRBs alone. Drop those. They fell away nicely. I'm still going to resist actually turning down the ball until we get a little bit higher. Okay, let's start turning us in the opposite direction now, please, because you've head up in the wrong way. Pull up the apoaps and periaps data, and I am just very, very slowly pulling this over. Very slowly. Let's get our prograde not going to the west, but the east if we can. 30 kilometers on the apoaps at 20k on the ship, and it's coming up quickly. Come on, pull us over and down now. Over and down. Frame rate, just loving this craft. Just making sweet, sweet love to it. Only 500 meters per second at these heights, though. So with this low amount of speed, we could actually have a very, very, efficient ascent, or we're not, and it's because drag or something, which is entirely possible. You put fairings on these things, think it's going to actually help, and then you don't know until you actually try and fly them whether or not the game is working in your favor or against you. Apoap's already up to above 50k. We're at 33. That is not great. I'm turning down hard now. But again, at these low speeds of just 700 and something orbital, which we've just switched over to orbital readings, it's not that bad. We don't have so much speed going up that we can't turn it lateral in a hurry. So I'm pulling. Germasian says I got this, and I agree. Well, I hope. I want to believe as well. We're only halfway through our liquid fuel with 850 meters per second of delta V. I'm going to get full lateral now and just blow on the horizon for a minute. We are at 60.5 kilometers on the apoaps. You see it right over there coming up. 70 is out of atmosphere, and that's where we're headed to. But we want to make as much speed as we possibly can while we are burning these liquid fuel engines. So we don't want that apoaps to climb above 70 until we've, ideally made like 1,800 meters per second of speed or more. I wouldn't mind. In fact, that being my goal right now, I'm going to dip just a little bit below the horizon so that our apoaps doesn't come up any faster than this. 62.3 and about a quarter of our liquid fuel remaining, up to 1,300 meters per second, and starting to really tack that speed on now. Now I got to worry about actually making it into space, so I'm going to come back up to the horizon on the ball and start getting that apoaps to rise for me a bit. 1,500 meters per second. Good, good, good. Make sure we're still equatorial on the burn. There we go. 60. Ooh, we need to make height. We need to make height. Get right on your prograde, Jeb. 64, 65. Come on, make that height. I'm pulling up from your prograde now. We need to make that height. Get me into space, Jeb. Get me into space. 68, 69, 70. Full burn, nothing left in the tanks. Full burn, nothing left in the tanks to 72.2 kilometers. We dropped every little thing that we had on this ascent. Jeb, find your prograde so that we don't lose any more of that to the thin atmosphere up here. We're going to keep most of this 2,000 meters per second of speed that we just generated on that. That was an incredibly good, incredibly efficient orbit or ascent rather, that didn't work out for us very well because we still have a negative 200 periapsis, and I was not planning on burning fuel from our transfer stage, which we're now going to have to burn. We have excess fuel in our transfer stage, but it was not part of the plan to do that. We were going to send this thing, we were going to have it just delivered to orbit all on its own, and that did not happen. So here we go on the things that didn't happen the way that we'd hoped, and that we now try to work. We got to drop these fairings as soon as we hit space, which will be coming up on very shortly here. Apoaps in 56 seconds. And we're almost in space now. I will wait until we're technically in space. Do you go to the refueler? Hell fucking no. Done that before, not interested. We're now ready to drop the fairings. So in 3, 2, 1, fairings deploy. Fairings are gone. Thank you very much. We also need to drop this stage. We're going to be at full throttle when we do, so I'm going to wait to drop it to get all of the kick when we want to start actually making this burn. Jeb is still holding his prograde, so I will wait until we're 12 seconds before. T-minus 12 is when we'll push for Apoaps with a full burn on prograde, and we'll just see how that works for us. I have no idea what's going to happen now or how much Delta V it's going to cost us. We started with 2156. Bear that in mind as we start burning now. As we start burning now. Now. There you go. Now. That now. Okay, here we go. Apoap's still rushing in at us, so I'm going to bank us up to try and hold the Apoaps in front of us, at least slow its, it's encroaching on our territory there. Here we go. Apoaps should probably come back at us as we lift it. We started with, what was it, 2100? Was it 2100 and some? It must have been 2100 and some. Periaps is rising fucking slow as balls. Negative 120 and negative 110. That is not great for me. I'm not loving that. How we doing on our own altitude? Losing some of it, but the Apoaps should come back to us in time as we make more speed. And as our periaps rises, which it is now. Apoaps is starting to just stabilize with our position. Periaps about to emerge. Remember, we needed 1800 meters per second. We didn't need the 1800, we wanted the 1800, if I recall correctly, to get to DUNA with this transfer stage. Periaps is now live, large, and in charge. I'm going to start throttling down. Periaps coming up still. Apoaps trying to get behind me, so I'll throttle up more. Pull back, and then I'll just a little bit more. Little touches to get us to 71. We have circularization, 71.4 and 71.7. We have 1,841 meters per second of Delta V remaining to get to DUNA. That is what we wanted, so to speak. God, I didn't put any lights on this thing? You put some lights on it. Just not the kind that you actually want. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, ready to deploy? Well, no. Let's do it all in the sunshine. Let's do it all on the sunshine side of Kerbin. So warp me around to here, where we can actually see something. Yes, sir. Great big old ship here. We have the Delta V that we wanted to be able to transfer to DUNA, but we wanted to bring an extra 300 that we don't have now. What are you doing? You can go to your prograde for what is to come sooner or later. It's not bad. It's not bad. 12K is still pretty late, I guess. 12,000 for the turnover? Alright, you can hold your prograde, and now what we do is we're going to put out our comm systems. Just those, and we're going to deploy our solar panels. Honestly, not that crazy a ship. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. You got one solar panel kind of blocking the other. It's perfect. Somebody might have mentioned that, Kenneth, to me while I was building the craft. F5 from here, we are in orbit. Let's double check our Delta V map. Delta V map says we need 950 plus 130, which is 980. It's 1,080 plus 250, which is 1,080. That's 1,130. That's 1,330 plus 360, which is 1,630, 1,690. So it's 1,790 to get the circularization of DUNA via the best possible methods. So yeah, 1,800 is the minimum that we wanted for this. Fuck. We're gonna want to use a kick from the moon for this. We're definitely gonna want to use a kick from the moon for this, and I'm not good at that. I don't understand how to make a fucking transfer to DUNA, really. You know, how to figure out the timing and everything. It's so much. It's so much. What about the trash truck? Bring her over and steal some fuel from it. That's possible. I could do that. Do I have the will and the wherewithal to do that? And the answer to that question is I don't. I can't be fucking asked. I want to go. We're F5. We're very, very F5'd right here. So now what we need to do is head out to the tracking station, and it's going to be that we want DUNA 45 degrees ahead of us or behind us? We're going to be going faster than DUNA. Ooh, we're actually getting to a place where this is... No, we're not, because you got to go around and around and around and around and around. We're going to be moving faster than him, then we got to get on the backside of him. So if DUNA is ahead of us when we leave, we'll be going faster, and then we catch up to it by the time we get there. So we want DUNA to be 45 degrees ahead of us on our rotation. Yeah, see when DUNA is in front of you? See when DUNA is in front of you, yeah. So 45 degrees ahead of us, and then we leave, and we'll have all that speed, and then we'll catch up to it, and then we'll be slowing down to its... It's weird to talk about it in terms of speed, because you're actually going slower than it is, but it's in the wider orbit, so you can catch up to it while you're in the lower orbit, so relative to the sun, it's weird. It's weird. But yeah, DUNA needs to be in front of us by 45, right? Please, like, confirm that for me. In front of us. Yes, is what I want to see in chat from fucking everyone. Regardless of whether it's true or not. Angular velocity. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, we're just gonna warp from here, right? We're gonna warp until it... Wait, till we're there, and we need maximum warp because it's planets... It's planets moving. Pom Deter. P-O-M Deter. Pom, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. And then he laughs to himself. You want to be as close to it also so you can communicate with it too. Yeah. So we want to leave while it's ahead of us because then Kerbin will be... By the time we get there, Kerbin's going to be in front of it. Leaving a little bit early might help us with the comms, but we don't need the comms because we've got a pilot on this ship. It would be good, but we don't need them necessarily. Communicate. Yes. So, Karen, oh, thank you. Yeah, we're waiting till year 5, 6, 9, who the hell knows. This is as fast as the game warps, so... How you guys doing? Having a good day? Half and half now. And I do, like, the ideal scenario here would be to get us in that, like, good time of year to leave, and then use a, gravity assist from the moon in order to reduce the amount of delta V that we have to, come up with from ourselves, in order to kick ourselves out of, Kerbin and basically be burning from our periaps at the moon for DUNA, which means also timing within the month when the moon's going to be in a decent place for us to get that kick. It's a lot. It's a fucking lot. And since the game doesn't really give you the tools in order to be able to set that up, it's a fucking lot, is what it is. I'd say we're just past 90 degrees right now in terms of coming up on DUNA. And if DUNA's there, It's zit, 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 zit. Then we're almost to 45 with it here. It might be a little bit past now that I look at it, because if you come out to there and then go like there... No, we're still a little bit early on it. And I think early is where I want to be for, you know, the possibility of having comms. I imagine it wouldn't make that big of a difference to leave a little bit early. Did someone say that time of the month? Someone say that time of the month? I might have said that. I may have. You are coming up on the launch window, Sister Mason. Okay. Let's go back out to the Broken Heart Mark 1 and F5 before we lose, you know, everything. Nice knowing you, Yogurt. Yeah, could be. Yogurt is going to be stuck in that small vessel for many years. If Yogurt gets to DUNA and lands on it, then mission fucking accomplished. The whole coming home thing was an afterthought. F5 me from here, please. So, when we want to go is when the moon is in, you know, the second house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars, and peace will rule the planet, and love will light the star. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, the age of Aquarius. Now, for the kick around the moon, we actually want the moon to be maybe like here-ish, because we would be burning out to it, and then like, you know, it kind of does that to you. It kicks you off in a little bit of a direction. You know, right? Isn't that right? Kicks you off. So maybe a little bit more like here. We want the moon to, well, this is the moon. It'd be like here, and then, like if DUNA's over there, target DUNA. Target DUNA. Set as target. There you go. If DUNA's over there, you know, then we want the moon. Where's the moon? The moon's out here. The moon to be, I want to leave and hit the moon. Well, it's like there-ish. Go like that. You're cupping. Yes, again, yes. Okay. Are you just saying that now? Because that makes me feel good. The moon or Minmus. Well, the moon, because it's got the higher gravity pool, I would think. But it's entirely possible that the timing just isn't good for the moon. I don't know. Let's roll around and let the moon get up to over here-ish, I think is what we're looking for. All right, where's DUNA? You're there. Why, but we are going round and round and round. And so the moon from about maybe there. Maybe there. Then we can kick it and that kind of thing. In the general direction that we actually want to be heading. The moon will move before you get there, though. Oh, yeah, that's true, that's true, that's true. So, fuck, I probably already wanted to leave for it a bit earlier. This might be a good time to leave. Let's set up a maneuver node. Add maneuver. And then blow for the moon. Okay. And then go to the moon. I kind of want to keep DUNA targeted. Alright, I'll do it this way. The moon. And there's DUNA, there's us, there's the moon. Okay. Periapse at the moon. I think we're coming in on the wrong side of it, so there's a thing. If I just need to burn more or leave at a different time. Oh no, burn less. This is good. We're burning less. And then we're hitting the moon, and the periapse at the moon, 144. Let's have that down real fucking low. Okay, and then we would burn from the moon, is the idea. So if I added a maneuver at the periapse of the moon, let's try and fix that periapse of the moon a little bit. Would be good. So give me that maneuver node, and it's a bad place to fix it though, from back there. You no. Do the thing. When I'm over here, do the thing. You're not doing the thing. Click it. It's not actually responding to me. Okay, if I drag it, it will respond anyway. Yeah, that's the worst place to actually do this. So it's fine. It's a loose projection. So you add the maneuver from there, zoom me out. Everything is fucking sticky in the game. And then if I burn hard prograde from you... and get my App-Waps up to out where DUNA would be, it doesn't encounter DUNA. Beep boop, dude. WQQQWRT is rating with a party of 30. WQ, how you doing? It's been a long time, man. Dude, beep boop. Good luck, thank you. How do you do a DUNA transfer? Just real quick. Real quick. What's the deal here? What do you do? How's the thing? If I just keep blowing out... Aha, we've got maneuver node ticks there. And this is our closest when DUNA is there. We're leaving a little bit early. We're leaving early, I suppose. So if we went around for a while still... Yeah? If we didn't leave this time, but that thing's... Maybe the moon goes around one more time and then we go? What do you think? Running Pawn, do you like C and BT? C and BT! C and BT, I've been drinking it for years. I think it's an okay beverage. Prefer Stroh's, switched a couple of months ago, but C and BT, you know, it's kind of an aftertaste to it, but it's pleasant. You just get old, but you want to switch over to Stroh's for your C and BT needs. Do you actively do C? So leave later, right? That's all we gotta do. Leave a little bit later. Maybe let the moon go around one more time, one more lunar month, and then go. Yeah? Yeah? Right? Maybe. Seems that way to me. I'm gonna have 5 from here, but it seems that way to me. We need to, like, make this very, very efficient. I mean, if I pulled on this... Actually, don't pull on it, just click a button. Okay, we lose it, and then, Yeah, it's not really... If I put more prograde on, we lose it, and we don't get it back. Yeah, I think we're just leaving it not quite the best time for it. There's that, and there's that. Feels like that to me. I'm gonna go around a little bit more from here. So drop all these maneuver nodes. We'll have to set them all up again because that's how the fucking game works. Into there and then delete all that stuff. We're just gonna go around a bit more until it's a better time for our exiting and getting to the moon or getting to DUNA with a kick from the moon. All right. I don't know if one lunar month is the best idea. Because I don't know how big of a change it's going to make. Let's do a lunar month. And we'll see. I can always F9 back because it's hard mode and it's not as though I could just do that, but I do. How long does it take? Lunar month doesn't take that many days. I'm learning. I'll learn more about this transfer window by doing it this way. So where's DUNA? DUNA's the fuck out there now. Okay. Is that where we want it to be? Wait. If I go up to here, we're still a little bit early for the leaving, but I want to see this so that I can get a sense of when's the best time and how to do a fucking mooner version of this. So if we want to go out to DUNA, and you're over there, I think the moon wants to be a little bit further ahead, and it's like, no, because you're gonna, by the time you hit it, it's gonna be like there, and then it'll kick you out in that direction. It could be a little bit further forward. That's fine. So where's the moon now? It's like that by the time we get around. Probably somewhere in here. No, that's not. I want to make a maneuver node is what I want to do. So add a maneuver node. Give me the prograde burn that I'm going to need in order to get to the moon. So there we're touching the moon. Leave a bit later. Leave a little earlier. Okay, so about right in the middle of those two. Something like that. Take me over to the moon. What are we doing? There you go, game. Catch back up with me. Out to the moon. There's our periapps. And now I will use the controls that are behind me that you can't see because I didn't set this up very well yet. in order to get us a low periapse at the moon for 859. What do we got here? Nice and low. Yeah, that'd be great, actually, if I did that. And then give us another maneuver node and blow out the prograde. Yeah, it's where we can see DUNA, and when we'll be getting there. Oh, give me the thing back. Oh, yes, the cloud of data. Thank you. Why are you burning so oddly? What have I done? What have I done? Did I break something here? I'm just leaving it a bad time for the moon, and it's kicking me more in a direction that I don't actually want to be. You're also not adding a lot of prograde to... Oh, no, it doesn't tell me, does it? Just keep burning. Prograde. Yeah, that's definitely not what we want. God damn it. It's just... And there's no way to do this in game. There's no easy, and then give me all the tools that I need in hand at the same time, kind of a time. For the time. Let's let the moon go a little bit further. In this row. Who told you to keep all that data up at once? Nobody said that. I didn't fucking say that. I never right-clicked on... Oh, Jesus Christ. Get rid of the data. Moon periapses. Fuck yourself. Broken heart. Alright, well, both of you can stay. But I didn't say that. It's a fucking... Remember the 3 p.m. Kerbin to 1:30 p.m. DUNA analogy to get to DUNA. Right. Looks like that lunar inclination isn't helping your case any. Yeah, but we can fix that while we're on the way to the moon. I just need to get some general idea of whether or not, of when to fucking hit the moon for this kind of a thing. And go around, let the moon move into a more viable time for us to leave, I guess. Let's say it's like 90 degrees to DUNA. If I'm coming at it from here now, give me that. Oh god, take me back over here. Broken heart. Take me to the maneuver node. You are dead. You're dead to me. Dead to me, maneuver node. And then where are we? We're there. Just go past. Go past so I can make the maneuver node without it breaking on me a little bit later. So you add the maneuver node, add the prograde, put us out to the moon. Okay. Lunar periapse of 48.3. Maybe I do this without going down to the moon. I just say fuck it. Okay, 26 for the moon. And that gives us a nice orbital kick inward instead of outward. But if we're burning at the moon's periapse when we get there, where's the fucking moon's periapse when we get there? I can't put it there. I do have to switch to the moon. Okay. No. Oh, God. Go back to you. And then Sun, Moho, Eve, Gilly, Urban, Moon. Game lag. Out to the moon. She right on your periapse. Burn. What does that do? For me or against me? So... burn. Ah, that's blowing out in more the correct direction. Still got DUNA targeted. Closest approach. Target at closest approach. It's just very touchy, isn't it, for when we actually hit the moon's SOI. Maybe we don't worry about hitting it directly on the periapse. Does dragging you... Don't close it. Does dragging... Okay, just click the button. The button. Is this just impossible? What the fuck is going on? I mean, we're burning way more than we want to, too. If I pull that down, and then... leave later, as we're coming around the moon, and then put more or less delta V on it. I don't really know which it would be at this point. So I'm pulling off. That isn't helping. Putting on. And there's just so many things I need to be able to see to do this, and you can't put them all on screen at once, really. You gotta zoom out. Holy shit! I went a little bit past DUNA with that one. Retrograde. Okay. And just... Yeah. There you go. What do we got? That's us. That's it. We're still late. And then I gotta zoom down. I mean, you don't have to, Pawn. You stay up here and you click the button to leave later by quite a bit. The later that I leave seems to be helping us. Then you pull the here, you put it up so you can just scroll wheel this. We're getting closer. If I leave later. Leave later. Ooh. That's even better. Closer and closer and closer, and it's costing me less and less Delta V as I leave later. Okay, that was a big change, though. Now I'm gonna need Delta V. Oh. Ooh, baby, I love you, babe, every day. I wanna be with you night and day. Ooh, baby, I love. Give me some of that so that when I do this... Yeah, a little bit more. No, the other way. Hey! We're hitting it! I think. We're getting an encounter. We get an encounter there. Alright, so that's good enough. For 854 to get to the moon, which is just how... I don't know how much Delta V this is to do this. But at least we're getting there, and the place at which we burn our second maneuver node is completely outside of the moon's orbit. So it's not what I was trying to do. Just go with that, says Robotic. Yeah, fuck it. I was trying to burn from the periapsis of the moon where Oberth would be in full effect. We'd be getting the most, kick for our money. But gravity assist from the moon and then go to DUNA. Hopefully we make it. I don't know. We got 1,841. We can transfer fuel between the two craft. No, we can't. So we'd have to leave one craft just stranded in orbit if this doesn't get us there. There is that. So sorry, Yogurt. I will send Kerbal to visit you and hang out. Did you need to leave earlier? I thought you were closer on the previous month. I don't know. We were like we weren't closer. We were probably closer to leaving at the periapse, but we were still, there was a huge gap between them. I think I just waited too long. Like, 1 lunar month was too much. 1 lunar month was too much. Half a lunar month probably would have been good to be able to leave from the periapse, but it's so fucking precise, and how do you do it in-game other than to just, like, do it, and then, like, I don't know, revert back to the place before, oh, that's a little bit too far, and then revert back, oh, that's a little bit too little, and then go forward, then, oh, that's a little bit, like, if there were a fucking system. Hold on, raffle. Why raffle? The raffle is open, but it doesn't work. Poor Moon is being pulled in towards Kerbin each time it gets used for this. We're taking energy from the moon? That is problematic, isn't it? Take me to the Winds that Burns, 24 minutes from now? Alright, take me back to us, and let's fucking do this burn, and let's get this mission started. Let's get this party started right. Let's get this party started quickly, right? 3 fucking minute burn? Okay. It's a slow engine, I guess. So we're gonna want to leave 1.5 minutes before it's time to leave. We're gonna start burning. Okay. How we looking in orbit, by the way, with this craft? We're looking cool. At least we look good as we're going. We might not get where we're going to, but we're gonna look good not getting there. F5 me from here. Okay. 1.5 minutes is when we want to leave. We're just on SAS. My god, it's a heavy ship, even with that big old reaction wheel right in the middle of it. Good placement for the reaction wheel, too. For it to be, well, this craft is in 2 parts anyway. Once it splits up, fuck. I did put SAS on this, didn't I? Yes, you did. It's tucked in there. Okay. Okay. Unless you accidentally undid across while you were building it, which is entirely possible. We're going to be burning toward Kerbin at the beginning of this bird because it takes so long. Hopefully we don't push our already low apoaps into Kerbin, which is what it looks like is going to happen while we do this. Just pull in all of the things. A little bit of atmosphere never hurt nobody, except for you and me and everybody else. Let's just pull these in for this burn, okay? In case we have to... The real moon might be affected by these shenanigans, but the planetary bodies in the Kerbal system are on rails and unaffected by physics. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If we have to deorbit the moon and have it slam into the Earth just to get a mission to Mars that's just gonna kill all the astronauts that were on it from cancer, and they're gonna have to live in a vessel that they covered in their own feces because that's the best plan that we've got so far, but we should go now, you know, then that's just what has to happen, friends. I'm gonna leave a little bit early, so 1:33, we're going. We're burning on our target at 1:33 because I will slow it down a little bit at the end, and hopefully that will, you know, even us out a bit in when we needed to leave in order to put 850 meters per second at delta V in the direction of the moon. Give me the apoaps and hang on to it. Pawn, think I'm gonna become a goth. I'm for it. I always liked that aesthetic, you know? In high school, that was a table that I wanted to sit at, and... Nah, I couldn't, but, you know, I knew people in there, so I could sit with them if they were sitting at their own table, but I couldn't sit with at the goth table. But I'm... You have my approval. I will allow it. My wife dressed that way in the 80s, says Rex. Oh. Is that when you met? Is that a big part of it? Rex is a big dancer, too. Swept her off her feet, presumably. In the most literal sense. Burn, 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 burn. Coming up on halfway through this eternal fucking... burn just to get to the moon in a crash. And I put the, you know, it's not like I put a spark on here or anything. I was smart enough to give it a Terrier. But, you know, what are you gonna do? It's gonna work out just fine. Just fine is how it's gonna work out. And it looks like our periaps did not descend below atmosphere, so we're okay. We're okay on that front. Apoap's still climbing ever so slowly. Like a slight adjustment on this target we're trying to follow. Okay. SAS should be able to hold that. Jim, you've never seen me before. How do you know I'd make a good goth? It's just Jim for you. Alright, we're 1/4 remaining on this burn. Just another 47 seconds of waiting. You know? This would be nice if you were actually in the craft, like if you're down here and you're like, it's your life on the line and stuff like that, and you're in the thing, it'd be like, yeah, alright, I'm really doing something. It's a good long burn. But when you're just at mission control waiting for the burn to be over so you can, you know, go out and grab pizza, it's like, god damn, just fucking, I'm hungry, man. Stuck in here smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee all day, and since they got rules against cigarettes anymore, I've just been drinking coffee all day and doing really small lines of coke when no one's looking. Welcome to NASA, everybody. Web's driving out. Driving out. We're getting very close to the end of this burn now. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. I gotta watch the node, and I'm gonna slow us down so we don't go blasting past where we're trying to go. 20 meters per second of delta V remaining to be burned. Slowing it down even more. Starting to get that. Show me where that periaps is gonna end up. Whoa! Show me where that periaps is gonna end up. God damn it. Fucking game. I got that in my notes. There is no reason why a periaps should not just fucking, like, go there. Just be where it's, just have the periaps on screen. Have the target, like, distance on screen. There's no reason it should be down when you start a maneuver or at any point after. Just fucking do it, brah. Alright, we've lost the target, but I want to get closer to the moon. So I'm going to keep burning. Generally on prograde. until our real periapse. Am I looking at the wrong periapse? Is that projected? Drop this node. Okay. No, that's the real periapse. I want to get real fucking close. Real fucking close, I think. I think I do. I don't know exactly what's happening. And still no one really does. But I want to get real fucking close, is the idea there. And then the maneuver node that's way the hell out here. Can I snap you to the right place now so that you're on the right node and stuff? And then we'll, like, realign. I don't is that real now? Because it needed to be updated. Oh, shit. Did I just change it by accidentally scroll wheeling over the top of it? It's still showing that we're very, very close to DUNA with doing that about then. So, yeah. I don't... What's the closest? 47 point something. Let's try and just correct that a little bit. I might have fucked something up. Are we hitting it? Is that... just tiny little adjustments now. That's more. This would be less. Separation. That's us getting caught by it. Right there. And then... But on our way to the moon... Why am I concerning myself with this? That's what I was wondering. Because on our way to the moon, we want to adjust our inclination so that we're not getting kicked off weirdly. So that is going to be best done somewhere back here, I believe. Add a maneuver. Head out to the moon. Just hesitate. It's fine. It's all in the same screen that I have been the whole time. But, you know, hesitate for me, honey. Hesitate. Where the fuck's the moon? It said we were at the moon, didn't it? Yeah, we just went past the fucking moon. Let's mimic. God damn it. Back to DUNA. Back to you. Maneuver, maneuver, maneuver. Moho, Eve, Gilly, Kerbin. The moon. Zoom the fucking moon. So that while I make these adjustments to you... get the most out of that. A little bit more, a little bit retrograde apparently. And we get good and close to the moon while coming across it relatively equatorially. Oh, that's takes so long. Hang on, let me just scale that up. Come on. There you go. Ascending, descending nodes, they're fine now. They're relatively fine. I don't know if that really matters with DUNA. I don't know where its inclination is, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's just a tiny little burn. It doesn't really matter. Hold on. I really wonder how those twin rotating planets in KSP 2 will work, because I'm not smart enough to know how orbits work. That will be... If they're doing that, they got planets that are going to orbit around each other. How the hell do you even? I don't know. I'm going to F5 from here, though. We're going to run up to that maneuver, wherever that is. Is out here somewhere, and for 11.3 meters per second, we'll correct our inclination. At least for the moon. I don't know what it does at DUNA. I could have looked at that, but you know, I got things going on in this life. I also need to reopen our comms and electrical systems now that we're out of threat of that, but we do have a ton of electric charge on here, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, we're through. Let's pop both of those systems. We've got antennas and solar panels coming back out. We should, just for the sake of, we're going to do it sooner or later anyway, put you into hibernate and warp auto. And we're coming up on this node apparently, 2 seconds worth of burn, she says. So let's go find where it wants me to burn. She's right on the blue dot. And hit F once, and we're ready to make that burn in just a few seconds from now. Get us up to the 2 second... Oh, Jesus, there we go. And burn now. I'm just doing the maneuver node. I'm not even looking at what's happening in reality. Just did the maneuver node. We're done. Gotta be close, right? As long as we're not hitting the moon, then I'm fine. Are we hitting the moon? We're not hitting the moon. Alright. Good. Then warp me up to... Well, now we would fix this one. Now that we're on the path, now we would fix this one. We click on it, and I'm just gonna move it a bit, I think.
Are we there yet?
I would love to say yes. I would love to say yes. Really would. Love to do that for you, hon. If I move you forward for when we leave. Getting closer, 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 closer. I like increase the amount at which that happens, and then click. Separation. Very, very good. Very, very good. Getting better, getting better, getting better, getting better, getting better, 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 better. Target at closest approach has now gone away. Apoaps at the sun. That's not my target. We're, DUNA? That's the sun. That's the sun as well. What's going on? What is going on? We're still targeting DUNA, right? Yes, we're still targeting DUNA. What happened with the whole you're close, you're close, you're close, you're close, and now you're not going to get there at all? What was that about? And what is going on with this maneuver node being red? You know what? I don't trust this maneuver node. Die. No, don't switch away! That's why I fucking focused on the fucking fuck! It's fine. It's fine, 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 fine. We'll just do everything that we've already done again. Fucking to the... I'm double-clicking the moon. No, this moon. Double-click this moon really, really hard. And then... Are we still targeting you? We're still targeting you. Give me this here. Add the maneuver. Fuck me. From the periaps, we'll start adding on Delta V. To try and get us where we're going. And that's gonna be too early to burn. That's what we already saw that. So let's take that off, and then with like a lot, just go ahead and do that. Boom! One fucking tick. So one tick gets me out to there, closest approach, and then I would take Delta V off. Closest approach, 616. Reduce the scale at which we're making these adjustments. Increase the scale at which we're making these adjustments. Mouse wheel is the only way to do this. Like, you can't see it, but fuck it. You go over here. This is the gameplay. This is mouse wheeling is the gameplay. The only way to do this is to mouse wheel over the top of these things, and we've lost it. Lost it entirely. Okay. Were I to, at that point, reduce it even more and play with, like, inclination adjustments? That make a difference? Not a lot. You're not putting a lot of Delta V on there either, though, are you? Doesn't say I'm putting any Delta V on there. Okay, we'll put more fucking Delta V on there, then. Wrong way. Yeah, that's looking good. That's swinging around pretty hard with the inclinations there. Yeah, so that's fine. If I go forward, if I go backward, go backward, go backward, go backward. We're getting further and further away. Bang, 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 bang. This is fine though. We're nearly fucking there, right? I'm okay. I'm okay. Adjust the wind. That's what I was doing right there with clicking, and then we lose it right past 457 by adjusting the wind that I leave. I could add something radially, I suppose, for this. 710.2, and we've got 956 in this stage. $250 to grab, 360 to get to 60 kilometers. This is way fucking wrong. Like, I can't get there from here, basically. Can't get there from here. Friends, what am I doing? What am I doing crazy? What is my problem here? What is it that I ain't doing that don't make sense? Huh? Yogurt, you're screwed. I just, like, what? What do I do? We're nowhere near the moon's periaps. I could burn back here where we get the Oberth kick, but I don't get it. I need help. Your app-waps is so close it loses the encounter when it's close. Give it more delta V and adjust the time. But we're already at 710 meters per second spent out of the 956 we've got left in this stage. And when we left for the moon, we'd done the math and figured out that we could totally, like, do the 950 plus the 132, the 250 to the 360 with this. And I'm missing, like, so much fucking DV. Go past the moon and see what you get. That's where we are right now. That's where this is. It's past the moon. It's outside of the moon's SOI. I moved it with the ticks. So we went past the periaps. We're out here. Like if I go well out. Alright, let's do that. Thank you. That at least gives me an idea of what I could do. The further out that I go... give me full fucking dink dink dink. The less that it actually does for us. So, the earlier that I leave, the bigger our kick is. So starting at the moon would, you know, presumably be the best place to do this. If I... Did it go away? Did the maneuver node cease to exist? Right, make the maneuver node cease to exist. Like, at the moon would probably be the best time to burn for this, right? It's gotta be. Scroll back out. Get you up. Scroll back out. And then as I put prograde on... Whoa! That's a lot of prograde. Oh, it's because you've got the setting way the fuck up. Need to adjust that scale a little bit. Okay, adjust it a little bit quicker for me. It's 700 and something to get this going. And that's ridiculous. So, back down. I can use less. And then if I go past this departure point, our prograde no longer helps us as much. So this is kind of the best time to leave, as far as we can tell. And then as I go back through it... Like, give me that app wap. Show that app waps. The most that we get of our app waps occurs if we leave here. For the prograde that we're putting on, when we're putting it on, it happens right there. So that's 450 meters per second. Now if I blow it out a little bit more, add some more delta V, and find out when we encounter DUNA. And where's DUNA? DUNA's fucking ahead of us. And are we going outside of it to get there? No. And when are we leaving in terms of, you know, the moon and everything? We're within the moon's SOI, so that's pretty okay. If we were to twist this radially when we burn, me closest approach. Give me more delta V. And they're just going to be disappearing and reappearing, and this is going to end up being 700 meters per second of delta V. A bit radially in at the moon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's going to end up being 700 and something. Is apparently what this is going to be. This is just too complex a fucking mission to have to do while you're doing it. You know? This is why Kerbal Space Program has always needed a fucking... This is why people don't go to DUNA, don't go past it. This is why they need a fucking plotting system. You can't have a game about space travel going to other planets and have no way of plotting when and how and what until you're here. Pawn, if you do Alt F12 and activate infinite fuel, that'll solve your problem. Except my game design problem. It's a problem that we haven't been able to solve yet. The best time to leave so far for Delta V, if we're just running prograde, has been out here somewhere. So I'm going to do that again. I'm going to zoom back out because all of these systems visually do not work while each other are working. And then I'm going to put the prograde on. Oh, I've got too much authority to change things there. Pull it back off. Scroll it up. And boom, very close separation leaving from there, but for 975 meters per second. I go back, 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 go back. Okay, if we left from here, and then I took Delta V off, that's 835. Go back, go back. Can I go back? 875. We had a 700 at some point. We did have a 700 at some point. Make a second course correction en route to the closest approach for DUNA? Question mark? If you have a question mark about it, it sure the fuck ain't something that I'm gonna know what I should do. If I leave a lot later, how does that change, you know, everything? So, pull the retrograde. See, no, because the what would I do instead, you know? If I'm just trying to burn for prograde, what was that? We had something weird for a minute there. What is that? Is that like hitting Kerbin again and getting a kick on the second go-round or something? I'm just curious. I don't know. But yeah, let's put the 700 meters per second of Delta V back on there and then just click around. So give me you. If I leave earlier, it's just that we show up at entirely the wrong time. Oh, is that Hull? And who's ahead of who? You've gotten ahead of me at that point. If I'm on the inside by just a little bit for that amount of time, and I added a maneuver here to pull out, that seems like an incredible amount of Delta V to make that happen. Just to see. If I get to my apps, yeah, that's going to be a ridiculous amount of Delta V too, to be on the outside of the thing. I'm just like thinking if I was on the inside track of him, then I could catch up with him because he's ahead of me. You know, but that doesn't work. It don't fucking work. Get me the maneuver node again, not the cloud. I didn't ask for the cloud. That gets me that. That's all that gets me. But I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. 555 meters per second gets me out there-ish. But we're this far away from it, 4.25, and then that's as close as we ever get to it, apparently. What would, you know, is there anything that I could do to... Is the reason because we drop underneath its... It looks like we're on its level and everything. So we get there, and despite the fact, I don't understand how that is. Target position at closest approach. It will be going slower than we are back here, and then we're here. We're slowing down. I guess we slow down so much in reference to our Apple apps that it's going faster than us, and so we never catch up to it. Well, I've tried. And I can't. I can't be asked. So the mission is not going to go the way that the profile was written, clearly. 700 meters per second, and then spin. What do we got there? What's happening with this? What happened? Sun, closest approach. What was that? What just occurred there? I don't know. Forward, going forward. It's a lot closer. 560. More delta V. Go forward, go forward, go forward, go forward. More delta V. Go forward. More delta V. More delta V. Go forward. More delta V. Go forward. More delta V. And we're encountering it at 800 meters per second. Okay. That's where we're gonna burn. And we're just not gonna have any of the delta V that we were supposed to have, and the mission's gonna go, you know, completely fucking sideways, despite planning it for several hours and then sitting here for like an hour probably just trying to get figure out where a fucking encounter is. But you know, the game is well designed and well made, and really it's my fault. You know, I just don't get what I need to understand about how the fuck you're supposed to, like, use this interface to accomplish anything. And I can't wait to hear that shit from people. You know? So, F5, and go to the fucking maneuver node and burn. You know, despite that we came with the right amount of delta V, it's impossible to get there when we're trying to get there, even using a mooner kick and in a correction and everything else. It's just, yep. No, this is the game. This is how they meant you to play it. Did you go to school to be a rocket scientist, says Light Guy 89. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So maybe this game isn't designed for me, you know? Maybe that's the thing. It's not really built for you, Paul, and it's built for people who went to school to be a rocket scientist, and then they accidentally marketed it to everybody else. That is the problem, yeah, that they marketed it to everybody else and decided that this was the interface. I'm pretty sure rocket scientists wouldn't be happy with this interface. Get the best kick you can from the moon, just out to DUNA's orbit, then circularize to have the inside track with DUNA. Well, I've just gone past it, little magnets. You would have said that within the past 25 minutes it would have been helpful, but thanks. I've just finally said, fuck it, we're going to the 805. I don't think that would have worked anyway. The amount of delta V we would have needed to, like, catch it from that slow speed next to DUNA but outside its track, that probably would have killed us too. What are we doing? 2 minute, 11 second burn. I needed to leave already. Go. Go. It's just, this is the problem. This is the problem. Right here. And it's not me. It's the feeling that playing this game gives you once you start playing with DUNA. Playing with the moon and Minmus. The moon is a son of a bitch, and it's ugly, and there's no reason to go there, but you gotta go there. But you start playing with, like, you can do it, and it's fun, and they give you enough systems that you can actually make it happen, and it's easy enough to be like, oh, well, I just put Minmus over here, and then I go. I just put the moon over here, and then I go. I set up a maneuver node while I'm in orbit. No, boom, I got an encounter with Minmus. Trying to transfer planets is too complicated to do without tools with which to do them. And despite all of the little circles, all of the splines that you see drawn here, friends, this is not a system adequate. Will you fucking do it? This is not a system adequate to accomplish this, to communicate what you need to know while you're doing this. Sit here for a fucking hour and a half knowing what needs to happen, having the information that I've Googled on when to leave, just trying to use a fucking moon kick in order to get there to reduce the delta V, two and a half hours building a ship that has the delta V to do it, and you just need an extra 1,000 delta V because there's no system in the fucking game to enable playing the fucking game to DUNA. And that is why it ends at DUNA for most players. If you bother to go out to DUNA, you're done after it, because why would I do this again? You feel like there is no control in this system. Like, you can't plan for what you're about to do. Why? Because they didn't give you control, they didn't give you tools to plan it. And it's just, it's been in their fucking data for years and years. Player data telling them, people do not play past DUNA. Why not? Because you haven't given them tools to do DUNA. Focus view. Make sure we're still following the target. Slow burn to finish this off, and hopefully we get something out here. I've got something out here. Okay, no, that was it. That was as close as we're gonna get with that. We can go straight into Polar at DUNA with that. We're here. But what we'll want to do is actually like a little correction at some point. Don't know when I would want to do that, really. Woo, we finishing this today? We're fucking finishing this today. We're finishing this next 20 minutes because I don't fucking care anymore. Back over here. I can't imagine, you know, it's like, it's such a fucking early and the game is over kind of a moment, because it's like, I want to be able to transfer to other planets. I want to be able to go to other planets. I also want to be able to plan the mission so that it's not stupid, so that it's not... so that I don't have to just throw an extra 1,000 DV onto every ship that I'm going to send interplanetary because I don't have the tools to set up an efficient burn. You feel helpless while playing the game. And it's like, I want to keep playing the game because I enjoy it, but it feels like I'm limited to play in this playground right here. This is it for me. This is Minmus Moon, that's it. Because DUNA is too much fucking work to be bothered to set something up for. Is there a mod or game mechanic to add space centers to other planets, is so Karen? Because that would be cool. There is. There definitely. It would be good if they gave you a mission saying, send a ship to DUNA between this date and this date. That would be helpful, but it's still, like, just a part of the problem. Trying to set up the transfer, trying to plan for the windows, trying to, like, just that it's between this date and this date is one part of the equation, and it's not enough. It's not enough in-game without, like, a plotting before you have a ship fucking in orbit. And the fact that I can't make another maneuver node and see what the delta V is going to be used on that maneuver node. If there's a way to do that, tell me. Because if I could see ahead of time, then you could plan. But still, it's like, you need to be able to plan in a controlled environment where you can control, you can see where the planets are going to be, before you point a maneuver node at them. You can see what's going to happen with your delta V. You can be able to control something down here by dragging it along without, like, being miles away. It's like it's a tough job to design an interface to make this system better. But it needs to be there, or else there's nothing in the game to enable this kind of play. There's nothing in the game to make it worth the fucking trouble and time and setup. If you want to go interplanetary, just stop playing the game, where you actually are using a Delta V map. Put 6,000 Delta V on every fucking stage because, it's not worth your time or your effort. That's what it is. And that's how it used to be, too, because they didn't have, like, Delta V readings in the game, and they held out on that for fucking ages. I remember the media group, them being like, oh, I don't think we need to put that in there. I'm like, how do you not put Delta V readings in the fucking game? You don't even put a Delta V map in the game, and you're not giving people the ability to even, like, gain their own sense of how much liquid fuel they gotta give to a craft. You just slap a shit ton on and go. That used to be how it was built, and maybe that's why this is still like this. Because that was their, design of how Kerbal Space Program was meant to be played until the 1.0. Until past the 1.0. Delta V readings didn't come in at the 1.0, did they? Not as I recall. 1.04 didn't have fucking Delta V readings. You had to install a mod. Give the fucking player the tools and the information that they need to play the game, or don't expect them to fucking play the game. You know, and it's just sad, because I know what Minmus is, and I know what the moon is, and I'd like to play the game, but if I can't get over there and feel like I'm in control and have a good time doing it and not be left in this state, this emotional state, then why the fuck am I doing it? Why am I playing the fucking game? It's supposed to be rocket science by trial and error. Yeah, that was their bullshit. That was their bullshit line. Rocket science by trial and error. That was like part of what they were saying. Come the fuck on, brah. Like, I'm unlocking technology and upgrades to facilities and shit, and none of those upgrades and, you know, to the facilities and stuff enable me to actually figure out what's going to happen when I try and transfer to another planet. A game that's about transferring to other planets. It's like 80% of your... Actually, more than that. It's like 98% of your game is in a place where players can't get to. You know? You can't get to. Just, you can't get there from here. Kind of a thing. So if it's going to be there when we're over, there's a descending node for DUNA here. We'll add a maneuver. I mean, look at all the shit that I know in order to just play the game to this point, between delta V's and TWRs and descending nodes, progrades, retrogrades, normals, radials. These are all the things that a player needs to know, and then on top of that, you give them no way to do the transfer. How much do I need to know beyond what I have learned over the course of the past 5-6 years of playing this piece of shit before you're going to acknowledge, oh yeah, I guess we should probably make a system that fucking works. Maybe we should enable players to be able to do what they need to do. Why you know click, bruh. Why you know scroll. Scroll wheel. Scroll wheel. You are scrolling? Okay. Then why isn't my... It is? We're at DUNA, right? Yes, we are. It's going to cost me 4.5 meters per second to move that much from this distance? Are you kidding me? That is a lot of fucking delta V to make this little correction to get us close when we're miles a fucking way. Is that for real? Because we can't get the circularization then. I mean, we'll get it with the other craft. We brought so much delta V on the other craft, you know, if it just turns into a landing mission, which is what it's turned into, and not a return mission, then yeah, we got it. But, like, really? From all the fucking way out there? Other side of everything. Even if it is there, there will be 50 other issues. You gotta give them something. If it's not in orbit of Kerbin, then what you need to do in order to get there will take you hours to set up the first time. And if you care about playing the game in a way that's like, you know, makes you feel like you're in control of what's happening here, good fucking luck. It's just not, that's not going to be a thing. You know? You don't have the tools at hand to be able to do it. Am I not hitting DUNA anymore? Because I just dropped that maneuver note. Oh no, we're right here. Yeah, that's where we're going. Alright, fuck it. F5, don't care. Warp here. Warp here. Just let me go. Just let me go. You know? Your players should never feel like I feel right now. In any game. I don't care what it is. Rocket science or otherwise. Like, this is a recording. You can go see when I started to try and make that maneuver node. Like, the first thing of figuring out, when should we go to the moon? When should we get our little gravity kick? When should we do this? To the point that we are right now, which is halfway to DUNA. It's just, it's... What's the phrase? What's the term? Demoralizing. You definitely don't want your gameplay to be demoralizing. Signal strength to Kerbin, down to 20-some% now. 15, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not connected. Not connected. 2 RA2s on it, 2 of the other ones, and we don't have connection anyway. Alright, but we're in DUNA's SOI, are we? Did I go past the periapse? Did I click on the wrong side of the periapse? Are we coming up on it or going past it? That's our DUNA escape. Okay, we're coming up on it. Mr. Data, come to stellar cartography. You know, just... a fucking thing, just the tracking station having the same, basically the same functionality as this has, except for you can roll time forward and backwards and see the movements of the planets. You can take all of the, in plotting mode, take all of the physics objects, all of the ships out, just the movements of the planets, and then plot an imaginary course with an imaginary ship where the Delta V and TWR don't impact it. Just you see, if you burn here, what happens, and then set that up and have that plotted and planned, see when it's supposed to happen, see what it's supposed to do, and then you have a chance of going out to the point at when it's supposed to happen and what it's going to do, and then doing it. Could even save those maneuver nodes and that plotting and planning and have that overlay some way into the actual direct game so that you are actually planning a mission before you're doing the mission. You know, like rocket scientists do. As opposed to saying, we want to go to Mars, we'll throw a ship up there in orbit and I'll tell you what year you should leave in. You know, for the realism and the gameplay and not making your players feel like they're powerless and demoralized by the gameplay. Take me up to the Periapps. Like, does anyone disagree? Does anyone think that I'm wrong about this? Like, the fact that it can be done, if you put in the time, if you add on the extra thousands of Delta V so that it doesn't matter and you can just burn at any time, how difficult it is. I mean, imagine, and I'm asking you to fucking imagine a new player, but fuck, imagine me. You don't have to imagine, but fucking watch me do it. How many hours I've been trying to set up just like the right kind of thing, because I care about how it's done, not just getting there and know that whatever will work with extra Delta V, but trying to run a tight mission. How are we to the Periapps? T-minus nothing. Go ahead and burn. Go ahead and burn. My solar Periapps coming down. And then this cool little stage that we built that was going to be in orbit. And we were going to be able to transfer fuel to it and possibly come off and all that kind of stuff. Bye. Bye. Sorry, I tried to plan a mission. My bad. Plan a mission without throwing on an extra 1,000 Delta V because there's no means in your game to play your game. Go ahead and raffle close that so we don't keep getting those messages, huh? What are the odds that we don't get a circularization here? We are burning retrograde, right? Why are we getting a higher periapsis? What is going on? Burning retrograde, periapsis going up. Burning in the same direction that that was burning. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to keep burning. We're in DUNA's SOI. We slow down enough. We stop, right? I don't know how a new player would even get close to doing this. I've never played this game, only watched you, and I would still be fucking clueless. This is just our first stage worth of fuel, by the way. The second stage was meant to come off. We were going to land using this stage of Delta V. So it's okay if we lose literally all of it. We can still make it down into DUNA and land on the thing. Like, I understand now why people, like, I never got the idea behind MechJap, you know? Like, what, you're not playing the game then, you're just telling it to, like, do the whole thing, like, take me to orbit, I built a ship, but I fucking get it now. I totally fucking get it now. Where did DUNA go? Oh, there it is. I totally fucking get it. Because it's like, Just go to fucking DUNA, just go there. I can't be asked to do it, you know? Kerbal Alarm Clock, absolutely necessary mod to be able to play past, the Kerbal system, the Kerbin system, the Kerbin planetary system. Kerbal Alarm Clock, absolutely fucking necessary. Mech Jeb, maybe that too. Just because this is too fucking much. Just, I need you to automatically build nodes for me and then do them. Because this is goddamn ridiculous is what it is. From here, I will F5, and then I will dip us down into atmosphere. And say 49 kilometers. Huh? Why not? I don't know. It says it's 60 is the highest part of Kerbin's DUNA's atmosphere. So if we hit it there, maybe something, and then the other. Who knows? Who's to say, really? We can get right down to it. Most people I know learned this from YouTube tutorials, says Pony69. And like, I just did it. You know? It's not... I'm not even on about the... I mean, I'm still on about it, but let's do this. Let's extend the antenna like that fucking matters. I'm not even, like, so much on about finding the window to leave for DUNA now. I mean, I am. That's fucked up, too, and that's why the system needs to be there, but just, like, once you know when the window is... Again, there's no way to... Like, how do I set up for a transfer to DUNA that is... under my control, as opposed to, well, I'm here now, I guess this is where we're gonna have to burn because of this, that, and the other thing, and it's gonna cost this much delta V. You know, you sit down with a fucking abacus and a slide rule and go to a website to do the calculations for you, or just tell you when to leave and with what ship and how much TWR and how much delta V. Like, to play the game, how is this enabled? Just sucks. Just fucking sucks is what it does. Does it suck? It fucking sucks. We're going... I don't know which side, which way we're even going. Like... This is the... less... Just hit this high more pawn. Yeah, this is the darker side, so that's the direction we're going in. That's a great way of representing that, isn't it? So, pull me up to just DUNA. And we'll see what happens when we hit the atmosphere. On our retrograde, we will pull to our retrograde. Hello, DUNA. How you doing? Oh, there's science to be done? Oh, I so give a shit. An EVA report. Take it. Recorded my observations, so, you know, no real reward for coming all the way out to DUNA to get, like, new text or anything. Another EVA report? That's DUNA's polls. Alright, and then back on. And then atmospheric pressure scan. Sure. Crew report. Planet is very red and appears to have deep brown furrows across the surface. There does appear to be some kind of ice at both poles, though. Well, we've come in polar, completely out of my control, really. Mystery goo observation. Goo feels right at home here. Same text, collected and recorded data. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeb, I'm going to need you to get back out. I need you to take the data that you've gotten there out. I'm going to need you to grab the data from there and from there. You can't reset that, so just get back on board. Now we can take more data when we come into more places where we can more data take more. Solution, get rid of career mode. And then the game comes down to what? Throwing just way too much fucking, throwing a ridiculous amount of delta V onto every craft. Because you can now, because it's free and it doesn't really matter. And still there's nobody's giving you, like, player efficacy over how the game will actually be played. Through any system that was designed for that purpose. The best time to correct your orbit from being polar is just before you encounter the planet. My problem isn't that I had no efficacy, like, my problem is I didn't have the fucking delta V because I couldn't set up the transfer back at Kerbin. You know, that's what I'm complaining about there. And... Is that true? That doesn't sound right. Polar Highlands. Cool. We're never returning any of this data. We can't transmit from here. I don't know why I'm collecting it, but we are. It's the end of the playthrough, and it just ends on a somber, shitty note because this is Kerbal, people. This is Kerbal. This is what always reminds me what I don't like about the game. This is where it all ends. I really picked a perfect spot when you think about it. To be like, this is what this is what we'll do for this KSP challenge. We'll go to DUNA and then we'll end it. Because this is where everybody ends it, and this is why you end it. It's not fun. It's not fun coming to DUNA. But just before you encounter the planet, switching for polar, I thought, like, when I go to do an inclination change at the moon, just while I'm in, you know, Kerbin's SOI, I thought, like, the best place to correct for, like, inclinations and stuff was, like, back, you know, you don't necessarily see your ascending and descending nodes at different times, but it's, like, at the, not the middle point on your way there, but a little bit further back. But maybe you're saying because for polar in specific, because inclination changes will be more powerful there, but then if you're coming in polar and you wanted to change that just before you enter the SOI, I don't know about that. You can correct a polar encounter when you first get your encounter, but it's very easy to overshoot. Oh, I see. You're not necessarily talking about Delta V efficacy. Have you ever gone to further planets than DUNA? No. No. Me and 98% of the people who own this game, no. Go watch Pawn's YouTube KSP videos. Like, I've done things where I've put Kerbals on various planets with mods for the sake of, you know, doing scenes and videos and shit like that. No. No. Oh, I was supposed to throw you away long, long ago, my friend. Long, long ago. Right, and the way that I do that is just by hitting, this is why. So you, decouple the node, and then you'll go away. Another EVA report, not this low, no thank you. We'll have a crew report. We'll have another temperature scan. We'll have a mystery goo observation. We'll have an atmospheric pressure scan, none of which gave me any interesting text whatsoever, having come all the way to DUNA. We've just hit our periaps, so I'm gonna burn down from here. Whoa! Okay, the nose cone, I think, just impacted the front of the ship. Gotta make your own fun, everybody. I'm just gonna burn the periaps from here. I don't really fucking care at this point what is or isn't efficient. You know? I'm burning our AppWaps down. It's much easier when you're coming nearly straight at the planet, then you can just point towards where you want. Yeah, that I do remember. That is a good tip. Going to Dres was probably my favorite mission because I managed to land and get everyone home safely. Dres. Is that... No, that's Ike. Is that one of the Jupiter moon analogs, Dres? Pong, you didn't want to be aerodynamic on takeoff. No, I didn't care. I didn't care. I was gonna just throw it off so that we weren't dragging that extra weight the whole time, but I forgot. Alright, yep. 32, 30, sure, whatever. AppWaps at what now? 80? How are we doing on Delta V? Fuck it, we're just landing. Hurry apps, AppWaps. There you go. Just keep me in Atmo. Just keep me in Atmo. You know, so we're constantly slowing down. Back on the retrograde, I presume we're in some amount of atmosphere here. Is the periaps then making any adjustments? No? Alright, well then let's time warp 10 times and see if the periaps changes. It said 60k on the Delta V map, but we do not appear to be in any atmosphere presently. So we can actually do our own study of DUNA this time. You know, Jeb could push you down into atmosphere. Jeb isn't here. Toxic Yogurt Kerman is here, and will remain here for a long time. If we're not in atmosphere, fuck it. Grab a fucking EVA report. Who cares? 33.6, no interesting text. No flavor text, and we're coming back down. Aha! Aha! We are entering into some level of atmosphere, I guess. Very, very tippy-top that doesn't really affect much at all. Periaps, moving, still at 35,992. There's another EVA report for us. I'm not gonna fuck with them at this point. 50k? 50k puts us into Atmo, into like proper Atmo. Another EVA report. Stop telling me about them. I don't care. So I don't accidentally click on it. Just put it down. Are you are on board the ship, right? Yeah, okay. Where are we at? We're at 3 times Fizz Warp. Okay, now we're in 50k, now it is Fizz Warp. We still have, music, though. So that's curious. Could you get on your retrograde for me? I don't know that it will really matter. So the next thing will be our drogues popping. Got it. Could you give me a view that doesn't suck? Thank you. Thank you. Don't care where we're coming down, so long as we come down. F5 from here. As soon as these things are empty, we want to drop them, I guess. No, we need to land on them, so we have to drag them down now, because they've got the landing legs on them. Yep. Alright. Don't worry about it. Don't ever fucking drop those. Don't want to do that. Put you up there. Don't want to do any of that either. Well, I guess then, basically, in order of things that I don't want to happen, the parachute could be deployed. You popping off, I don't want that happening either. F5. If you were in atmosphere, you wouldn't be able to do regular time warp, only physics warp. That's what we're doing right now, is physics warp. Have we hit anything yet? Like, no, Periaps is far, far away. Oh, I don't want to land on fucking the dark side. Fuck this. Burn. Land on the goddamn ice flats. And it's not updating our Delta V now. Didn't expect us to be carrying this weight either, so we don't have as much. But I'm not landing on the goddamn fucking dark side. I came too far for that shit. At least the oxidizer drains really slowly, or the liquid fuel going through it quite slow. Down to 100 liquid fuel remaining. 500 and some meters per second. 170 meters per second. Drogues could be deployed at this point. Drogues are now deployed, but they didn't deploy. Like, whatever the altitude is, just fucking boom. Minimum pressure, none. Minimum pressure, I don't understand what I would do there. What, minimum pressure, is that a problem with the, deploy? No? Deploy mode when safe, deploy when risky, deploy immediate. You don't... It says when safe on it, it says it's safe down here, but it didn't deploy it. Whatever. Keep going. Keep burning. Don't deploy until you're under 10k. Okay. What am I at now? Alright, it looks like we'll have some, you know, it'll be fine. We'll be able to see down there. 400 and some meters per second. My god. We're just gonna slam into the surface after all this. That's all we're gonna do. Fuck it. I just can't be arsed. Lift the brake. That's what we're doing. That's the plan. We are slowing down finally. We're actually slowing down from atmospheric resistance. Good. Good, good, good. Suck some of that down for me. It's very bright here regardless on the poles, so I guess it'll be okay. Just wanted to be able to fucking see. Mystery goo observation. No, we only got one left. It's for landed. Not that it matters. It's never coming back. 5,500. Is that gonna help? Oh, that helps a lot. Gear deploy. Where are we coming down? On the white stuff. Got it. Valid strategy. At these speeds, I need to be at less speeds, basically. At these speeds, I need to be at less speeds. 50 meters per second, and you're not really slowing me down anymore. Got it. F5 one more time from here if it'll allow me. Crew report while flying at DUNA? It's not gonna happen, is it? I'll make him, like, jump and really quickly get it or something. 62, and not a lot of space between me and the surface of DUNA. Burn hard, burn fast. Turning your landing lights on. Okay. Okay. And we are on the surface of DUNA at the poles. Woohoo! Congratulations! I'm so happy.
Are we there yet?
We're there yet. We finally did it. We finally did it. Toxic Yogurt Kerman has made it to DUNA. This fucking game just sucked the joy out of anything, couldn't it? Toxic Kerman, quickly, it's very important. Get us this mystery goo observation. We have observed the goo. Landed on DUNA. Still no fucking flavor text. Pop out. Take all the data out. Reboard. Piece of scabies, thank you for the 100 bits. Little magnets, thank you as well. We gonna plant that flag, absolutely. I'm gonna get myself a crew report. And then it's 24 science for us. And then the EVA report that we already just took, right? After much testing, you determine that red sandcastles are plausible. Flavor text! From EVA exclusively. And a surface sample to be had. I might as well take that while we're on the ladder. I don't know if we can get back to the ladder. Unable to satisfy your curiosity, you attempt to drill into the rock with your tool. You think it would be a lot easier if you had some kind of pulsating drill thing on a robotic arm. Well, you've not seen my tool, then, if you don't think that that's exactly what it is. Reboard, and then re-exit, and then actually take all the data, and then store all the data, and that's it, right? We did all the things? All the things redundant? Did we do all the things? Wait a sec. Take the data out of there. Take the data out of there. Reboard. Temperature scan from DUNA's poles. Atmospheric scan. Pretty thin, even at the surface. You don't think parachutes or wings would work very well here. The drogues did help considerably, but at a certain point, not at all. I wonder if a parachute would have worked, actually. Back out. Toxic Yogurt Kerbin. Jump. And, yep, just help yourself land there, because it's going to be kind of a hard landing. Turn and look at me, boy. Congratulations on being the first and possibly the last Kerbal to ever bother with this awful fucking flight to DUNA. Plant your flag. I was here. Just not at all the way that I wanted to, and, you know, it's... I was thinking, I thought for a second the words, I thought R-E-S-P-E-C-T was actually A-S-A-T-I-S-F-A-C-T-I-O-N. I don't got any. DUNA. Why? There you go. DUNA Y. We did it. We came here, we landed. I have completed the subscriber goal. Could you get back on the ship if you wanted to? Yes, you could. Okay. Grab it. Board it. Boom. Who's ready to go home? Everybody ready to go home? Let's fucking go home, everybody. In 3, 2, 1. Fuck me. There you go. Oh shit, I popped the parachute. Let's try that again. That was slightly less than I was gonna do. There was something else that I meant to not, but just a minute. Just nearly got it. Cause I changed the staging up for the things that I didn't want to ever happen, but now I want them to happen. Cause we're gonna go home, so you would pop off and then the parachutes, so that would be on the way home. Cause we're totally gonna make it home with this. So SAS on, don't throttle to full yet. When I hit the space bar, you better fucking do it this time. In 3, 2, 1, go. Fucking did it. Fucking work, buddy. Yep. Just going down on the 90 apparently. That's what I'm doing. What you do everywhere else. Presume that's what you do at DUNA, right? Just go. Fucking do it. Do it, bae. Right? So, 1,000 meters per second at Delta V to get back into orbit around DUNA. It's polar, because we're leaving from the poles, so that's how that's gonna work. Are the baguettes empty? They were empty. They were very, very empty. All of our fuel was here. So, yeah, now we got some height. Would you mind following your prograde? There you go. I don't know if that's enough to clear those mountains, but ooh. DUNA is so pretty at the poles. That is nice. It's a completely different thing than you get to see at Kerbin. It's not worth coming here in the slightest, but it is nice, I suppose. Oh, you're gonna want to keep going up though. Sorry, I might have confused. Oh shit. There is drag here. There's drag on DUNA. Who had any idea? Who had any idea? You want to go up. Generally speaking, would be a good idea. Maybe you're too low, Paul. What do you mean? What do you mean? Huh? We got this. We got this. Be fine. Let's see what the problem could be. Lots of Delta V remaining. Lots and lots of Delta V remaining. Tons of the stuff. Nearly home. Almost home. Clearly, there we go. And we're home. And we're home. Here we go. Let's go home, everybody. Welcome home. Welcome home. Toxic Yogurt Kerman. I don't know if I mentioned this to you or not. This is where you live now. Eject fuel low. We made it home. We made it home. Lots of electric charge on. How do we have that much electric charge on? Oh, because I got it right there. There we go. Good work. Yeah, I think go ahead and deploy your parachutes. Do they not function? Why you no function? Why deploy when safe? Is 1,000 meters? Are they gonna fire it? Well, they'd fire at 700, wouldn't they? Yeah, 1,000 meters. There we go. Parachutes away. Everybody's gonna be fine now. It's so lightweight. Actually, yes, everybody's gonna be fine. Okay, that was just marking that's where we want, that's where we want you to live. That's the thing. Yep, just clearing the land for Toxic Yogurt to start his new farm is the deal. And in fact, Toxic Yogurt, are you sitting upright for the first time on this whole mission? Where you at, bruh? No, you're just, that's why they have it go, so that your back doesn't snap. Oh, I get it now. I get it now. I really like this view, though. I do like these modes that they integrated. That's fun. That's cool. That's just a reversing of the 3D normals, but it's cool. It's a cool thing. Yeah. So surface, please. Surface me. How about surface? At 7 point some meters per second impact, surely that will survive. That'll be fine. The tolerance there, and if it isn't, it'll blow up, and then the ball won't blow up. Ready? Ready? Prove me right. Prove me right. Yeah, little bounce. Uh-oh. Little bounce. Ooh. No, 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 no. No, you want to be... You don't have any... Oh, well, this is a good way of traveling on the surface of DUNA. You know, I might suggest you get out for this, actually, just in case things don't go exactly as we'd planned. Maybe you want to just be there. You know, housing, optional. On DUNA, it's optional. I mean, did you hear they wanted you to fucking... Because of the solar radiation, like, bury the craft once you get there and then cover it with your feces over time in order to decrease the amount of radiation that you're still gonna get and probably die. You don't really need a house on DUNA. Just stand outside, it's fine. I'm going to pick me and everyone else up before you quit, says the light guy 89. In what sense? Like raise your spirits? I'm kind of really depressed from Kerbal Space Program right now, so, like, if you could raise your own spirits, I don't know if I can do that for you right now. I don't know if I can do that for you. It's so fucking sad. It's such a sad thing for me, because I'm really enjoying playing KSP. But, like, going interplanetary is such a fucking mess. That it basically means I'm stranded in the Kerbal system if I want to have fun. You know? It's not that I can't get here. We're here. It's if I want to have fun playing the game, the moment that I leave Kerbin, the Kerbin system, now he can build his own sandcastle. Well, we can get him. Is that the craft? Oh, and see, there's something over there for you to explore already. It's the debris of your own spacecraft. RCS, jump, and fly. Okay, this could go really, really bad. Really bad. That's fine. Oh, it's fine, though. Oh, but it's fine is what it is. There you go. Bit of a hard landing, but, you know, on DUNA, you're a bit of a super Kerbal. You still got the ability to, like, run around and stuff, but when you jump, you're like, no! Yeah. Pretty cool. And then if you wanted to get in your ship, because I put these convenient parachute landing legs on there, all you do is F yourself is what you do. Is this the wrong side? Which side do you enter from? Well, that's that. So it's this, I presume. This would be the side. No. Put on your. Oh, Jesus. No, don't do that. Okay, yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Your bones are, like, so much more powerful than the rest of this planet, my friend. Okay, stop with the holding things up. It's this side that you come and go from. Quit spinning your house. I'm trying to get you in. Oh, fuck it. You're just gonna live here now. You're just gonna stand out here forever. Okay? No, that's not how I want it. I want you in there. Okay? F, grab. B, board. Boom. You're inside. Everybody's happy, everything's good. No nearby controllable objects. Well, maybe I want to go to the non-controllable objects. Did you ever think about that? I know there's debris out here. There's debris. I can't be asked. Well, let me go to it. I can't be asked. That's it. We did it. Mission complete. Subscriber challenge complete. It only took me 5 hours and 43 minutes to get to the point where I destroyed everything that I had planned and landed a ping-pong ball on the surface of Minmus while feeling like shit. Thanks, Kerbal. Thanks. Do not put solar on the ball. He doesn't need light. He's very, very near the poles, so for a good long part of the year he'll have light, and then for a good long part of the year he won't have light or heat. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings us to the end of this live stream and the end of this challenge. It ends on a somber note, as all DUNA excursions seem to. It's really, like, I feel so unresolved myself. Like, I keep sitting here, like, being like, can I wrap this up in a way that, but I feel so unresolved myself, because it's like, DUNA, what do I do? You know? I want to keep playing KSP, but if I can't get to fucking DUNA, You know, Eve is going to be the same kind of situation, just planetary transfer in general. It's such a nuisance and it's so annoying, and then you get it done and it's like you just strap a whole bunch of fuel on. It's not the way that I like to play. It's not the way that I like to play. I like to play where, you know, I control my delta V. I'm trying to plan missions where it's tight, but we got a little bit extra. That one didn't go well at all. From the original launch, we were 300 meters per second shy of what we needed, had to steal it from the other ship, but we still had the 1800 that the delta V map says that we need. And then I set up a transfer to DUNA that I would presume that delta V map wouldn't figure into it using the moon for a kick. So I'm thinking, hey, we'll save some, and I set up a kick from the moon and then try and get, a node that will transfer me to DUNA, and it's just not, it costs us ridiculous amounts of delta V in order to get it done. So much that we can't get it done, and it's just, we had the 1800 that the DV map says to get there, and we were 1,000 short somehow, And I don't know how to do that any differently, how to do that any better. We waited, we looked for the right time to leave, we stopped, we checked, we ran another solar month through, then we stopped, we checked, we did it again. The amount of time that it took me to get close to what I thought was the correct way to set up that kind of a transfer is not fun and not worth what's out there to see and do, Pawn builds the Python KSP transfer planner. I mean, they're already out there and stuff. I mean, that's the thing, it's like, if I can mod this game, I just don't see it being doable. Because even, I've had fucking Kerbal Alarm Clock before. It tells you when to go. That's it. That's all it does. And we left it more or less a reasonable time, It's space. There's a lot of, if you have to spend an extra 20 delta V to get here or there, no big deal. We could, but I just don't even know what combination of mods would make the game fun to play for planetary transfers. Outside of just, if you're the kind of player who doesn't care, who you have fun regardless of whether you're planning a tight mission or not. If you're like, well, I'm doing a planetary transfer, so give me an extra 1,500 DV. And then maybe that's enough. And then you plan enough maneuvers in order to do it, and, it's fine. It's just never been the way that I played it. So I feel unresolved. Maybe that's all I have to do to continue playing it, is whatever amount of delta V that I think I need, throw an extra 1,500 on. But it's like, it changes the build of the ship so much to do that. And the fun part of building the ship, the art project of it, Like, well, I just have to throw a fucking 1,000 on to transfer stages. Every transfer stage gets an extra 1,000. And then once you're there, yeah. Alright. Could get something like MechJeb. Does MechJeb do plotting for you, though? You tell MechJeb, I want to go to DUNA. Put a craft in orbit and say, I want to go to DUNA, and then MechJeb just figures out the time to go and goes. And at that point, it's like, it's jumping the shark now. Now, what's the fun of the game if I'm just telling the game to play itself? That's why it's so disheartening that the system that a system for plotting and planning a mission doesn't exist until you're already in orbit, and that system isn't, convenient enough or functional to use for planning in orbit, because you can't see where the planets are going to be, and it's just, you're blind. You're doing everything blind and trying to, figure out where it's going to be, and what would be the most efficient, and you place a maneuver node, and that maneuver node is stuck to that point in time, unless you switch it to the next sphere. It's so many different moving parts that you have to take this and then put one here, put one over here. Now you can't know how much delta V that you're going to require in order to do that maneuver node, but it'll show you that you'll get the transfer if you put it there. You can find the right place. Then when you'll get there, it'll be a surprise what kind of delta V you're going to get. And then the planets, you can't see them while you're trying, even if you got it targeted and you're rolling through time. But if you happen to get it, encounter with something while you're targeting it with then it'll show up some ticks that as soon as they disappear, it'll drop the information that you told it to hold up. But then you get it back up and you keep right clicking. The different broke ass parts that don't allow you to really get this done without those being there. You know? Is there fun to be had? A challenge for you is to get the probes before manned mod tech tree. It can really make the game difficult to collect the science, Sister Mason. I always liked the idea of that. I think I played it like that once, and I recall enjoying it a bit. It's like there's a fucking glass ceiling around the Kerbin sphere of influence. And I don't feel that with the tools that they give you in game, or with any mods that I could acquire to mod the game, that it's worth the time and the effort, or that you can that I can extract the amount of fun that would encourage me to tolerate the amount of just dragging ass through playing with maneuver node systems and spinning time a little bit and reverting and going forward and reverting and going forward. MechJeb does calculate transfers view, but it is ridiculous that the stock game still has no tools for that. If MechJeb can be used to set up, like, the transfer windows and then you do the burning, then maybe it would feel like you're playing the game. You know, don't let MechJeb control the ship, but just let it, like, build the maneuvers. You know, if you're not trying to do a moon transfer, then I guess it's not that big of a fucking deal, but it still is. It still is. I think you just have to put an extra 1,000 DV on every transfer vessel. And then don't fuck around with moon kicks, because you're just going to spend so much time trying to get the right maneuver nodes at the right place, or, you know, the timing of hitting the moon at the right moment where you'll be kicked in the right direction. It's too fucking much. And maybe it's entertaining to some people to sit there for 25 minutes fucking around with a maneuver node trying to figure out where it is, but it ain't for me. So, fuck gravity assists and burn from orbit for the place that you want to go, and just bring an extra 1,000 or more Delta V, and then, you know, just get there and don't fucking worry about it. I am the Ronin Pawn. It's disheartening. It's disheartening to me. I'm not going to pretend like it's not disheartening to me. You know, I've rediscovered KSP. I am enjoying playing it, so long as we're not doing planetary transfers. I don't know. It's disheartening. It's just disheartening. But we did it! 13 live streams. 13 live streams, many of them 6 hours long that I didn't intend, including this one. But we have completed the hard mode to DUNA challenge. And now I remember why I stopped playing KSP. Sad. When are you going to be back, says Black Vectum. Oh, could be tomorrow with our Twitch % thing. Could be. Maybe. If not, then probably the day after. Where we go with Kerbal, or if we go anywhere with Kerbal, I don't know. We'll just have to see. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I hope you had fun with this. I know it sucks. It sucks to end on a shitty note. But it's DUNA. It's a shitty note. So we end on it. And we carry on with our heads held high, knowing that Kerbal Space Program is a poorly designed game. Pawn out.
Will